cars just now getting off of the grid, and our overall cars are just now coming out of turn 8 up into turn 9, right, in this 11-turn
Yeah.
track. So
not much room for getting a quote-unquote clean lap in here. Of course, multi-class racing, so you get a 944 and spec boxers mixed in with classic 911s. And traffic.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I think what's going to end up happening is, you know, again, you're going to see a lot of that as our session is now underway. First car to take the green flag is actually going to be Robbie Wilson in that spec boxer. Robbie's been very well in this spec boxer class, does really, really well in terms of everywhere he goes, always is fast, and always is the first one out. Again, Josh, when you have a large group like this, you have to make sure that you get the, get the space that you need. So again, Robbie Wilson playing that game, getting out there first in that grid to go out. So again, again, for those on YouTube watching the stream this morning, good morning, welcome. Right now it's not raining. The track is still very damp, as you can see, but these drivers are going to try to get everything they can out on this racetrack.
Yep. And right now, provisional time right now is Jordan Simon in the Class G boxer with a 3:02.349. I'm expecting those times to drop even more once they get a couple more laps in at speed. Provisionally right now, even this is after first lap, is Chris Fahey in the 3:53.02 boxer, and that's a 3:03.542. Then the first of the SP2 cars is Luke Pellietier in the 627 with a 3:06.104. Then fourth is the 121 of Stephen Ryan in spec boxer with a 3:06.437. And rounding out top 5 is Kevin Abernat in his spec boxer with a 3:06.571. And granted, these are just the beginning times. We'll give them a couple laps here just to see how they get drop their lap times.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a little bit of time for them to get through. Again, let these tires, let these brakes heat up. Again, still damp in some spots. You've got some cars. Again, a lot of intermingling of groups. So some cars are going to be faster than the other. The track is starting to dry out in certain spots, but again, I would venture to say, Josh, that most of these drivers are out on wets, right? They're on the groove tires in order to get the max that they can. This track does at certain points have some runoff, so the water is still going to be out there. So again, these drivers, some of them are going to be out on slick. Some of them are well equipped where they can go out on an intermediate or a regular slick tire to get the most out. Right now in our 911 Cup, Lee Lasberg leading that group. Spec Boxer is Robbie Wilson. Michael Gershon in the G group, he's leading that group. And then Gary Stansby in the SP3 is sitting right now on the provisional pole in that 968 machine. And then Will Waldron sitting second in SP3. You're second in 911 Cup right now, Donald Anger in that number 50 machine. Noah Mazzola in the number 5 spec boxer sitting there in second behind Robbie Wilson. And then Kevin Abernat in that 409 as well, sitting there in third. So again, we'll still give them a couple minutes to get everything going and run through, but I think that these drivers are going to get the most out of what they got, because again, totally different conditions than what they had yesterday.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I was going through the paddock, the garage yesterday, Brian, and noticed a lot of the boxers and cars that would be in this group actually had what we would consider like a DOT type tire to where just a couple grooves, but mostly slick. So that's a good thing. You kind of get the best of both worlds in this case, because we see a little bit of mist coming up behind the tires, but this track also, it dries really quickly. Get a little bit of sun on it, get a little heat in the track, and just like your cars, you got to get the heat in the track and things get faster.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, and it's going to take some time for these guys. Right now, 56 cars, Josh, have taken time in this group. So a very large group that's happening out here right now for this blue group. So again, it's about getting the space that you need in order to keep going to get the lap, because and we have seen this many times here. At some point, the time could go away and you don't get a good time, especially if something happens on the racetrack.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like our new top of the timesheets is actually Lee Lazenberg in the 911 Cup, car number 201, with a 232.060. Oh, no, excuse me, a 227.962. And then Robbie Wilson on the head of the Spec Boxsters with a 228.261. So that's pretty good right now. Looks like the heat's getting there, and we welcome again all of our viewers on YouTube, and thank you for spending an afternoon with us.
Yeah, I tell you what, we are going to see some very good racing today. I mean, the weather is going to work out even better. Again, unfortunately, we had some unforeseen circumstances happen here yesterday, kind of right before we went to the lunch break, that basically took all day to correct and fix. So it was better to, instead of kind of going through and the weather just made it even worse, right? Get that through and got it going. So let's go ahead and let's do a quick little rundown here of our groups if we can, Josh, and we'll go through, who's kind of leading. Again, we're about 3 laps into this qualifying session, almost about halfway through. So I tell you what, before we do that, let's go ahead and make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call, yellow group. First call, yellow group to the grid for your qualifying session. So Josh, as we were talking about, let's go ahead and take a look at the quick little rundown. So in our ME1 group, Frank Osborne leading in that 313 machine. Then Christopher Fahey in that 353. Gene Raimondi in that number 78 machine is sitting in third. In our 911 club class, as you mentioned, Lee Lasberg just went a 227.962 on his lap 2. He's leading in that 201 machine. The 50 of Donald Anger is second. Alex Farragut, a brand new machine to her. She's only run it 1 race this year so far, and that was at Lime Rock in a very wet condition. Right now she is sitting in third, and I believe at some point this weekend Alex may join us up here in the booth in that 229 machine. Eugene Bosch is sitting in fourth. In the 23, Nate DeSantos in the 08 is fifth, and Patrick Purnett is 69 in that 69 machine, sitting in sixth. In our F class, Richard Bennett in the 83 machine is leading in that class. 99 of Stu Jenkins is second. Michael Stenko in the 73. When we look at SP2 in the 626 machine, Luke Richard. Then you've got Luke Pelpetier in that 627. Joe Dillon in the 521. He is in third. In our SP1, Yas Salvador in that 55, and then Burt Weddle in the 33. Those are your only 2 drivers in SP1. Right now in Spec Boxer, and this continues to change. And Josh, this is the biggest group of all. There's 24 drivers listed in Spec Boxer here for this Porsche class at the Glen. Right now leading is that 029 of Robbie Wilson. Noah Mazzola in the 5 is second. Alex Al is in 79 is in third. Then you've got Telmer Elbaga in the 165. That's your top 4 in that group. But that group there, that all it takes is 1 draft coming out of a certain point, and that whole timing can change. Look a little further down in our G class, the 087 of Michael Gershon leading that. Jordan Simon in the 54 machine second. Mary Schindler in the 992 is third. In our SP3, John Patton in that number 2, Gary Stanberry in the 968 is second, and Will Waldron is third. Again, another big class in SP3. That's 11 cars deep. So, our spec Boxster is going to come down to the very end of the day when we start getting this racing.
Now, as you were saying that and talking about spec Boxster, about getting that good draft, Robbie Wilson jumps to the top of the time charts with a lap time of 2:21.252. The next one is Noah Mazzola, and Noah Mazzola just pips him with a 2:21.183. Then Robbie Wilson with a 2:21.252. Then Michael Gershon, I know he's got lots of laps around here, with a 2:26.042. And then John Patton is the first of the spec Boxsters really in SP3 with a time of 2:27.461. And as I was saying before, now we're seeing the times coming down, but then again, we're also seeing a lot more traffic.
Yeah, as these cars start to bunch up a little bit, you're going to see that again when we get to, when we get to, again, talking about spreading out, you need to get the best lap you can. So, and obviously Noah Mazzola and Robbie Wilson kind of out there. They're not in a pack right now. We'll look to see where they are. If you look over in the left part of our screen here, for qualifying, you can see the different colors of the cars. That labels the different groups that we have. So right now we've got about, I believe it's 10 different groups. Actually, make that 8 different groups out there on the racetrack, and some of these drivers are calling their qualifying done a little bit earlier, coming down pit road. Some are coming down, make a little bit of a change and go back out. They have roughly about a couple of minutes left. So tell you what, Josh, let's make our second call to the group for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call, yellow group. Second call, yellow group. To the grid for your qualifying, please. So Josh, as we look at some of these drivers making these last-ditch effort of these laps. I mean, we're kind of 5 and 6. Again, we talked about some of these drivers calling it early. The 707 there, calling it a little bit early in this qualifying session coming through. That's Daniel Judge. Probably not the fastest time that he wanted to see, right now in that spec Boxster. But he'll go back and get that done. As I talked about, some of these drivers are out there on wets, and so now what's happening is this track is starting to dry out in certain areas, and those wets are going to get burned up, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so your times are going to go down.
For those of us who don't know the difference between a wet and a dry, and why the wets would be detrimentally affected by the track conditions, the perfect condition would be for a tire would be basically the stickiness of freshly chewed bubble gum. And the problem is, well, when you start having a drying track, there's nothing to cool these super soft tires, and you get, as you said, you start burning them up, and it's like, okay, well, that's all I'm gonna get. So for the ones that decided that they were going to go on a slightly damp tire, that might be biting them in the bud right now. And as we've said before, we have 50 plus cars out in this group, so that might frustrate a driver. But fortunately, if they realize that it's just the tires, then they might have something a little bit later for the first race.
Yeah, based off our, based off looking at timing here, we got just under about 12 minutes left to go here. So, again, these drivers are going to go out and get it. Now, I do know that some of these drivers, looking out here over the pit lane, some of these drivers went out on wets, came in, and a few of them made some tires and then went back out. It looks like we're going to see that probably in the next couple of group as well, where they'll go out, probably start out on wets and then come back in and make some tire changes again. But when you get to this get to this group, then what ends up happening is the next group, the track's going to be dry. Josh, do you have something?
Yeah, and as we're seeing right now on the camera, this is going down into the laces of the boot section. You can see the dry line has started to form there. To your left of screen, you can see kind of the darker patches. That's where it's still a little wet, but as that 944 comes through, you can see they're all staying on the line. Okay, now we're looking at the toe here, and yeah, not as much of a dry line forming, except maybe in the braking zone, but that just shows Watkins Glen conditions can change multiple times in a lap. And considering all the rain that we had last night, some areas may still be a little sopping wet. I know my jeans are still a little wet from yesterday. But, and you want a dry line, and, unless you are, of course, running the rain tires, where the age-old trick is you'll see a driver basically go searching for water to help cool those tires.
Yeah, again, that's going to be, again, searching around as much as they can, as you just mentioned, Zach. Josh, to get as much cool water as you can see. A big, huge gaggle here coming down into the entrance into the boot here, and you know what? For qualifying, that's really not what you want to see. And then coming out of the boot, you're going to have that as well. Up over the hill and down into turn 8. You got to get single file there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and we have a new overall fast time. That's the 2 SP3 92968 CS of John Patton with a 220.727. Well, looks like Robbie Wilson now has a 220.096 now. Well, here comes Mazzola now with a 218.598. So it looks like they're hitting their sweet spot here, Brian, to get these fast times. Once again, we have just under 10 minutes left in this session. If you were a driver right now, Brian, would you want to stay out there and see if you can get faster, or you think that you'd come in because, you're not getting any faster?
Well, you've got just under 8 minutes left to go. I mean, I think if you're not getting any faster at this point, it could be that you're having to fight battles with cars out on the racetrack. It becomes a little bit of a difference. But if you're out there and you went out on rains at the very beginning, at this point in certain areas, the track is drying up so bad that you're just burning it up. You're not going to go any faster. So you see one car there going really, really wide up over the hill there. And down.
You can see the water seeping there. Sorry to interrupt you.
Well, no, exactly, and I think that's why they went, because he's trying to cool the tires as much as he can. You're going to get a three-way battle here coming in. I believe that may have been Alex Au in that number 79 machine trying to go 3 wide through there. But again, you've got to get single file back through there. But as you mentioned, you can see it right here. The track is really drying out. I think when these drivers go through, when they come out for their race, again, it's going to be another totally different setup and tires than what you had yesterday and even this morning. So track is really going to play tricks on a lot of cars and their setups.
Now, here's a question. I know not for this group, but for the next group, would you try to go out on dries for the next group?
I would think so. I think you're going to see a few that are going to go out in on wets at the beginning. They may go out and do a couple of laps, and then see just as a reconnaissance lap. Then they'll come back in and look to look to change tires and put them on. As our checkered flag is now dropped, so we're going to end this session. So we'll let these last flying laps go through, and I'll give you kind of the rundown here of what we're going to see. Again, we'll let some of these other laps. A lot of drivers still out on the backside of the racetrack coming through. But let's go ahead and give a quick little rundown here, Josh, of the groups here. So in our ME1 group, Christopher Fay in that 353, looks like he's going to be on the provisional pole in that group. Gene Raimondi in that 78 is going to be second. Frank Osborne looks like he's going to end up third. In 911 Cup, and this is the battle that happened quite a bit between these two drivers. And when we get to the race, we're really going to see a pretty good battle. Donald Anger in that 50 machine, looks like that's going to be your provisional pole sitter in 911 Cup, with Lee Lasberg second. Alex Farragut in that 229 is going to be third. Nate DeSantos fourth. Eugene Basha fifth. We look down at our F class. Richard Bennett in that 83 machine. Looks like he's going to take the provisional pole in that class. Stu Jenkins second. Michael Stenko in the 73 machine. Looks like he's going to be in third. In our SP2 battle, William Johnson in the 26 machine. Then Luke Richard in the 626. Luke Pelpetier in that 627 is going to be third. In SP1, Burt Welty in the 33, along with Josh Salvador in the 55. Again, only two cars in that class. This is where it really gets interesting here, Josh, when we look at Spec Boxer. Noah Mazzola in the 5 machine, able to go out and sit on provisional pole. Hoyt Amadon in the 03 ends up passing Robbie Wilson in that by 3/10 of a second. Sorry, 3/10 of a second to move Robbie Wilson, who was setting the pace early on overall, move him back to third in Spec Boxer, with Hunt McMahon in that 611 machine sitting in fourth. And as we look through this, and I said Hunt McMahon, the last flying lap that was had, Ryan Farragut now in that 291 machine moves up into fourth overall. So in Spec Boxer. So going to be a really fantastic race in Spec Boxer as the day goes on. In our G class, the 54, Jordan Simon. Then we have Michael Gershon in the 87, Mary Schindler in the 992, rounding out the top 3 in G. In SP3, John Patton is going to take the pole there in the 2 machine with the 07 of Will Waldron, and 141 of Dennis Hiffman is going to round out your top 3. So I tell you what, Josh, let's go ahead. We'll take a quick break. We'll make one last thought of the grid, and when we come back, we'll get with our yellow group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call, yellow group to the grid, please. Final call, yellow group to the grid, please, for your qualifying session. All right, Josh, tell you what, let's go ahead and we'll take a quick break. Thanks some partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll get to the qualifying for the yellow group.
Sounds great.
Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing Headers exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club Races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Watkins Glen International for Porsche Clash at the Glen. I'm going to get that right at least once, Josh, between now and Sunday. I've got plenty of time
3 days to get it right, and today seems like a good day to get it right.
That is true. I am definitely going to Porsche Clash at the Glen, right? I'm telling you what, we're gonna get it. This group here, sponsored and presented by Mantis, so we thank them for coming on board and getting through this Mantis tuning. So again, Josh, this is another large group, about 40 cars that have gone out. These cars have a little bit more horsepower than what we saw in our first group, in our blue group. Some of these drivers, I will tell you, they have come down right off the grid, came right to a pit stall where their crew is, changed tires, and now going back out. Some of them are going to let the track open up, get a little bit drier before they go out. To get some of the qualifying lap times they need to get, right? So again, another playing strategy in this group. You want to spread out as much as you can and get the fastest lap. At some point, we will go in car in this group with Franklin Prey in that 777 machine, and we'll be able to take you a ride around Watkins Glen. If you've never been here, if you've never seen the racetrack before, you're going to be in for a nice little treat once we get going. There goes Franklin now, coming out of turn number 11, getting ready to head up past the start-finish line. So again, we'll pick him up at some point during this session.
Yeah, and as we were cycling through the cameras there, just as we were saying in the last session, more and more of a dry line is forming. So if it were me, I would probably go out on the full dries. Maybe yep, we're seeing some tire changes.
Well, I got word earlier, before he even went out, that he was going to go out and do a reconnaissance lap of the racetrack, then come in and then put some dries on and then go back out. So again, Franklin Prey, and we'll catch back up to him in a minute. Again,
yep, they're full slicks, all right.
These drivers are just now getting up to speed. The green flag for this session is now out. So again, trying to get the best lap that you can. This is going to set yourself up for where you're going to be. Again, yesterday, unfortunately, we lost our race 1. We moved race 1, sprint race, to today. So these drivers are going to get 2 races today here on this racetrack, plus a qualifying session. So again, drivers just now completing their first lap.
And I'm seeing on pit road, at least one other team looks like they are set up to do a 4-tire pit stop. I can't quite tell, but I would assume that it is full dries on that, and looks like another boxer as well is taking on tires. So, yep.
Yeah, I mean,
predicted it.
We kind of knew this was going to happen, and we were sitting up here earlier talking about it even before our first group went out, whether or not they were going to run wets or run slicks. Obviously, the track has dried out quite a bit. Still kind of overcast. The sun fully hasn't come out yet. It's really trying to do that. So, really trying to get the max they can. Again, we talked about Franklin Prey out there. Good to see Ryan McGrath out here. I didn't see Ryan on the early entry list that I got earlier a couple weeks ago. So Ryan McGrath in that age class, him and Terrence Judge, they always battle quite a bit in this class. So that's going to be another good race here in this group, as we go along the day.
Yeah, definitely. And, once again, we're looking at this classic shot from Watkins Glen is coming in through turn 1, where you can see drivers fanning out. But there's that dry line right into the apex. But, of course, even though the track is dry, doesn't mean the paint's dry. And that can be a whole nother kettle of fish.
Yeah, that does open up another thing there. You've got to be careful, especially coming through the bus stop here. So perfect timing to get to this bus stop. on entry and on exit. Again, a lot of rain fell yesterday and even this morning when we were coming up here to the towers. So again, you know, you've got to stay off those rumble strips. Although that is the fastest way around here, is to basically hit those rumble strips right there to help turn that car and get it back pointed in the right direction down in towards the boot. It's going to be rather slick. You've got to take your time, as we had one car that just went over that more than I've seen probably anybody do it as of right now. And here comes another group through the bus stop here now with a bunch of cars right there. You've got to get single file there, right, Josh? Because if you don't, today is going to be the day where you're going to have a dry line. And then what's going to end up happening is that dry line at some point will widen out. But for the most part right now, early on, and we do have, it looks like we have one car stopped going into the bus stop. They're not in a good spot right there.
It's the number 83, and I was wondering why it's in there, but the corner workers are reporting that he has come to a stop just before the apex there. Not a great spot, but I've seen a lot worse spots to park. Hopefully he can just get it into what's called the no loop, and oh no, he got himself going again.
Okay, good. Okay.
But I was going to say that stretch of the inner loop there, where they just go straight, that's considered the no loop, and if he can park it there, stewards might actually let them just keep going. It's good heads-up driving there.
I'll tell you what, while we're in right now and we've got that car going, if we can, Zach, let's try to go to the in-car camera if we have that available with Franklin Prey. Let's find out where Franklin is at right now and see if we can't pick him up. I believe that may have been him that just went down through there in the boot. We'll see whether or not that in-car camera is up and running. So it looks like, okay, so here he comes. So he's coming now down by the start-finish line, getting ready to head down into turn number 1. So let's take a little quick ride with Ryan, with Mr. Franklin, as we go down through. Again, this is coming down through out of turn 1, heading up the hill, up into turn number 2. And I tell you what, Josh, if you're sitting here and you look at it, you know, that doesn't look like it's that steep of an incline, but it's pretty steep. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is very steep. I actually, with my baby sister years ago, tried to, with my sister in a stroller, tried to go up that when we were walking the track, and the setup was all wrong on her stroller.
Yeah.
To get up that hill, and you know, the boot section as well.
Yeah, so as he got through the boot right there, here he comes out of there now. I believe that's him. He may have already been by there because he was going through there when we lost his signal, when it kind of froze up there. But
there he is, coming out of the places there, going up into the toe. Now let's take a look. It looks like pretty much a dry track out there.
Yeah.
From the onboard, and it goes in, cuts in tight at the toe, fades out just a little. And now on the sole of the boot, S-O-L-E, and then coming into the heel, heavy braking zone, turning up, and then coming up to one of the most, well, influential corners of this track, coming up out of the boot, right there to the right, you can see our version of Champions Wall, where pretty much everybody has bumped it at least once in their life. Coming through turn 10 right in front of Jackie Stewart, and going through turn 11, and looks like gonna come under the bridge nice and tight there. You know, fade out, almost hitting the wall there, get a great run, and cross the start finish line now.
Tell you what, pretty good lap by Franklin Prey. That's going to move him up all the way to 9th overall, and I believe right now that lap right there that he just ran, that's actually going to put him on the provisional pole in that J class. So again, you guys were able to ride around with Franklin there for that. But I tell you what, right now, let's go ahead and make our first call to the grid for our next group, our next qualifying group. Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. First call, red group. First call, red group to the grid for your qualifying session. First call, red group to the grid, please. So again, as we continue to ride around here with Franklin Prey, getting ready to come up on, it looks like that is the 0, I don't know if that's the 02 or the 022. I didn't get a good look at the number. If it was the 022, that would be Hadley Boss Fisher in there. If not, that would have been the 02 of Keith Frazier. So again, Franklin Prey really getting some pretty good laps in that 997 machine. So again, a lot of drivers sitting here coming out and doing, doing some tire swaps. We're looking at down over off pit road here. We got one car may have spun there, getting ready to come up out of, I believe that's what, turn number 9 there, Josh,
yep,
sitting there. Looks like trying to get it fired.
That is the section known as the Delta, which is the short chute that NASCAR uses. If he backs up a little bit more, he might be safe.
Well, it looks like he's trying to refire the car or trying to find a spot to get in line. That looking out over there. So again, I'm not sure that may have been the same car that was that had the problem earlier on. It's kind of hard to tell from this angle, from the front of the back. But
and it sounds like the corner workers are not exactly thrilled with that parking spot.
Yeah.
And we are black flag all. And
okay.
As we're doing that, Brian, why don't we give them a top 4 overall? In first right now in GTD3 is Mark Calzaretta in car 17 with a 202.875. Second is the 82 GTD3 machine of Connor Hare, number 82, with a 204.941. Third is Peter Dubsman, number 25, in GTD1 with a 205.124. And then Kevin Sear in the GTB1, number 194, with a 206.172.
Tell you what, let's go ahead and see. Let's give a breakdown by class. So let's do that too. So you did the top 4. I'll go ahead and do by class. So again, in GT3, in the number 1, in that white and red 911, that's going to be Charles Mayer. Sitting in second in GT3, the 079 of Charles Liu, and John Dunsky in third in the 447. That's going to be a good race overall. In Spec Cayman, Mike DiStefano, I'll get Matt's name right, number 93, he's leading in Spec Cayman. Eric Yortsoy in the 321 is second, and Waleed Chetty in that 147 is sitting in third. In H class, Peter Donahue in that 132 machine. Terrence Judge in that 159 is sitting in second. Ryan McGrath in the 77. Good to see Ryan out here, as I talked about earlier, sitting in third. In GTD2, Nicholas Guerre in the 111 is leading. Rocco Cantina in the 444 is second, and Bayer Yanni in the 731 is sitting in third. In the J class, we rode around with him in that 777, Franklin Prey leading over Steve Schindler in that 912. So unless we go back, there, once we get that car removed, Schindler may be able to put a faster lap time, only about a second behind. In GTD3, as Josh mentioned, the 17 of Mark Calzaretta, Connor Hare in the 82 sitting in second, and Charlie Craig in the 76 sitting in third. And GTB1, Kevin Sear in that 194 machine is on the provisional pole. In that group, 98 of Ed Dunn sitting in second, and Kenneth Pryor in the 818 sitting in third. When we go to GTD1, Peter DeBusman in that 125 machine is leading. Nicole Robichar in the 90 sitting in second. Sam Mamano leading the I-Class. Sam always runs well in that car right there, sitting in first in I-Class along with Don Holmes, and then the 411 of Tidavar Henneman sitting in third. In GT4, Claudio Kemp in the 66, and then Jose Rug in the 777. So again, Josh, a lot of inter-class battles that we have going on through this class. And again, you can see some of these cars as we look to get that get that car moved off the racetrack and not a spin, just actually parked. So I think that car may not have started, or looks like he's got some right rear damage there. May even have a flat tire there, Josh, as they're looking at the right rear.
Yeah, they are. At least the driver does, as he's going to talk to the rollback people, get the car up and rolled. But simple pull up. That's one of the things about Watkins Glen International is there are several spots that if you do run into trouble, you can pull off and be out of the way, so not to cause yellows or black flag alls. This car, of course, just missed that. This section, the short chute, if you have a problem and you don't think you can make it through the boot, well, it'll cost you a lap, but at least you can bring your car in through Delta and bring it to pit road and your crew's attention, or just back to the hauler.
Yeah. No, absolutely, and it gets to certain spots. We were talking about Kevin Sear sitting in GTB1. Kevin, hometown Minneapolis, Minnesota. He's run quite a bit of or planned events. He did run in Sebring. He ran at Road Atlanta, and then here at Watkins Glen. He's been running for about 16 years, so quite a bit of time for Kevin Sear. Started out racing 7 years ago. Did win the 2024 Pirelli Triple Trofeo Championship here in the Porsche Club. So great job by that team and crew. So Kevin with a lot of experience, and again right now sitting atop our GTB1. And Josh, a lot of cars are calling it a little early. Again, technically still right around 10 minutes left to go in this qualifying session, and we have a line of cars looking to get back out there. Again, just getting this last car put up on the rollback right now to get that towed out. But we have got a plethora of cars, not only in line, but when we look back, you can't see it on the camera, but when we look back a little bit further, they're 2, almost 3 wide trying to duck in, getting in line. There you can see the line coming off pit road, but a little bit further back up over top of that hill. This is what I talked about. They're 2 and 3 wide trying to get into a spot where they're going to be able to, have, some clear track when we go back to green. We should be going back here to finish this qualifying session here. Probably in a couple minutes. They should be rolling that car out of there, and then we can get back in again. And a lot of these drivers not getting the good clean lap they wanted to. So we're going to have to see.
And it also gives them a chance to cool off the tires if they decided that they wanted to go with a little bit of a softer compound. Hey, the tires are going to cool off a little bit, and give them another bite of the apple.
Right.
Proverbially speaking.
Yep. So again, we'll give them a couple minutes. Again, still got about 8.5 minutes left to go. So these drivers will be able to get out and get a pretty good, decent lap. Looks like drivers getting ready to go out again. That I can look out here over the window and see drivers again getting in line. Charles Liu in that 079 getting ready to go out. We talked about the 98 there. I believe that Kevin Dunn getting ready to go out. Let's see who else is sitting there that's down there on line. Josh, we have the 111 getting ready to go back out. Looks like we're starting to roll them down and gonna start double filing them up to get them out there. So again, guys that didn't get a good clean lap the first couple laps, looks like that may be where they need to get back out here and get in line. Again, some of these drivers moving down and going to call it a day. Franklin Prey sitting there in line, sitting back behind the 411 machine on pit road. So again, Franklin trying to go out and better that lap time that they have. And Josh, this is where they go out, and we're starting to roll out now, as you can see there. So this qualifying session is going to be going. So right now, you come in, you sit here for a couple minutes. Now your tires are getting colder again. You're going to go back out. It's going to take you a good lap and a half. So,
Yeah, and also it gives the drivers a break a little bit to be like, okay, I was able to do this in that section. Hey, I think I can get it just a little better, because racing is just as much of a head game as anything else,
sure.
as it is with the car or anything else for that matter.
No, absolutely. And again, can't thank Mantis Tuning coming on board, presenting this qualifying session. Again, this session here, having that black flag all. Now our drivers are going back out, so we'll see whether or not they're able to better their time.
We did see a few people decide that they wanted to pull off. One, including the number 83 machine, has decided, nah, I think I've gotten all of it, all I can get, and more power to them. But now, as we're just getting back under green here, you can see things, the cars, especially in this shot, cars are getting really spaced out now, so there might be a couple more chances to get a good, solid, fast lap. Of course, now as I say that on our next camera here, in the loop, not so much, but, well, that's part of racing, unfortunately.
Yeah, again, we talked about this a minute ago. It's a matter of getting, you've got a large group, right? You've got to get the space on the racetrack in order to get the, get the lap time that you need. And Josh, the sun is starting to come out.
Yeah, I was wondering what that big orb was.
Have not seen that since yesterday, since actually Thursday morning. Did see it a little bit here at the racetrack, but at that point we were already done for the day. So good to see the sun joining us back here at the racetrack today.
Put some heat in that track.
Put some heat in the track and put some heat in these tires. Get them down and get them getting some pretty good fast laps. As it doesn't look like anybody has set their best, after this break. So it's more than likely going to take a couple more laps to get going here.
Well, they have just over 4 minutes left in this session, so that'll be tight to have.
With that being said, let's make a next call to the grid. Let's get them guys moving up there. Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Second call, red group. Second call, red group. To the grid, please, for your qualifying session. Yeah, so again, as this second half, I say the second half of this qualifying group, Josh, and mainly because they had that little break in there in between to remove that car, and that may have been either the Scott Bayer in the 910 machine, I believe. Well, that's actually a white car. We're looking for the silver. That may actually have been Dominic Belvedere in the 556 that may have had that problem with that silver car. We'll get word on that based off looking at timing and scoring. Again, only really completing 5 laps, and he was kind of up there doing that. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, I'm not seeing where anybody is bettered their time here in this second half. Although now that I look at it, and look, Conor Hare just went to the top of the board in that 82 machine in that GTD3 over Mark Calzaretta by 1/10 of a second, as a checkered flag has now fallen on this group, Josh. So again, these last laps, these last flying laps will count as they get ready to take the checkered. So it's one more shot around this 11-turn Watkins Glen International to really get what you need to get for qualifying to set yourself up for the race this afternoon.
And this time, this session, the track conditions might be similar to what we'll see this afternoon. So might be more apples to apples than not, comparatively speaking.
Right. As our remaining cars are just now getting ready to come up out of turn number 8. and head up through turn number 11 to come underneath the bridge, take that checkered flag. Tell you what, let me go ahead and start running down some of these, and they may change, but we'll start running down some of these groups and provisional polls and give you kind of the top 3 here. As I say that, it does start to change within each of these groups here, taking that checkered flag. So we'll start here with GT3. Charles Mayer in the number 1. Looks like he's going to be on the provisional pole for that group. Charles Liu in the 079 will start second. John Dunsky in the 447 is going to start third through there. In our Spec Cayman, pretty good last couple of laps coming down to the end. Yuri Masinov in that 690, taking that by over Eric Yortsoy by 0.6 of a second in that 321. That's first and second. Scott Gill in the 158 looks like he's going to start third in Spec Cayman. In our H class, Peter Donahue in that 132 gets the top spot right now over Breon Charters in that 941, along with Terrence Judge in the 159. Ryan McGrath sitting at 4th. In GTD2, Rocco Quintana in that 444 is going to take the top spot there with 111 of Nicholas Guerre, and then Bayer Yanni in that 731. That's going to be your top 3 in GTD2. In J class, Franklin Prey gets that lead there over Steve Schindler in the 912. We look back a little bit further, GTD3, Connor Hare, not only was he the top spot in the whole entire group there, Josh, but he's also going to be the pole sitter in GTD3 with Mark Calzaretta and Charlie Craig, your top 3. In GTB1, Kenneth Pryor in that 818 machine, then Ed Dunn in the 98, along with Andrew Gano in the 024. That's going to be your top 3 with Kevin Sear dropping back to 4. GTD1, Peter DeBusman, then Nicole Rubishar in that number 9 machine. That's the 2. Sam Mamano going to lead the I-Class in that. And then in GTD4, Claudio Kemp in the 66 is going to take the provisional pole there. So that's going to give you the rundown there of kind of the top 3 with all the classes. So I'll tell you what, Josh, let's go ahead. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll let these guys go, and then we'll get to our red group, which is going to be another very large class, that we've got coming out. So you're watching the Porsche Clash at the Glen here from Watkins Glen International. We'll be right back.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
And welcome back to Watkins Glen International for the Porsche Clash at the Glen 2025, Josh. And I tell you what, this group here, this is where you're going to see some lap times here. This is going to be our faster class with our GTAs, GTCs. This is going to be one of the top groups here that I think we're going to see. And we're going to see interesting racing all the way across the board for this afternoon. But we are going to see some pretty quick lap times here within this group. These guys, they're going to go out and take really the first lap and a half, 2 laps, really to get some heat in the tires and heat in the brakes before we really start seeing this. And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see drivers come down pit lane, make a quick adjustment, and right back out.
Oh yeah, definitely. Of course, these are the higher prepped cars, so yeah, they can be a little bit more temperamental, but they're also infinitely more adjustable than just a car that started out as a street car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I tell you what, again, can't thank Demon Speed for coming on board, presenting this qualifying session. So thanks to Demon Speed coming out and jumping on board here for this qualifying group. I did get word that we're going to go right from here, right into our sprint races. So as we get going, we're going to start to see some pretty good battles here this afternoon. So again, again, Josh, you and I have been talking about this all morning long. I do believe this track is completely dry at this point in the racing line, and that's really where we need to.
Yeah.
As we see looks like our first car getting ready to come out of turn number 11 to head up underneath the bridge. And I tell you what, these guys really working hard to get some heat and stuff in the tires.
Oh yeah, definitely. And there are some big names in this group that have been around forever and certainly know how to handle themselves. I think there's at least one IMSA driver or one or two former IMSA drivers in this group, either as a coach or the driver themselves. So yeah, we're in for a show here, as it looks like we have almost a traffic jam coming out of turn 10 as the people are slowing way up just to take them down short track style.
Yeah, I mean, I look out here and we're looking out our window and you can see it coming out of there, and it looks like I'm on I-95 trying to go down towards the beach, because they are completely stacked up. And Marco Cerrone, Sean McGee, Dave Williams, Joseph Viola, Joel Johnson, Dwayne Moses, those guys, they've already crossed the start-finish line. They are full bore. They're already up near the bus stop at this point. So they're going to come on the back end of this. So these guys really, really need to get moving as much as we can. And we've got one driver here coming down through turn 6. And again, Josh, this is what we're talking about. We've got one car that's got some pretty good heavy impact there. Looks like he's going to try to move it out of the way. Looks like he's going to get it out of the way. We'll have to see whether or not he's able to take that all the way down to the boot. If we can.
207, I think, is the number they're calling.
If we can drop the ticker here real quick, we'll see where he's going to go. He's going to stick. He's going to park it right there. They're going to have to move that, because that car does have some front end damage. And if that is the if that is the 207, that is actually Joel Johnson.
Yes, it is.
So Joel Johnson, yeah, definitely having some problems.
He cracked the front end there.
Yeah, he's going to try to move in, not to impede. He's going to come right into your living room right there, right underneath the camera. I hope the wing doesn't hit the camera, but because but it looks like he's going to park it right there. They're going to have to get Joel moving. Joel is a top driver and has done very, very well already this year in 2025, and is super, super fast in GTA 4. So we'll have to wait until we see whether or not that's completely out of the way. And now we are getting the black flag off, so we're gonna come down.
One of the things about this track is the laces can be tricky.
Yeah, new camera angle there that I didn't know we had, and now we may want to we want to say, as Scott is starting to move the camera around a little bit from the booth there, it was like, ooh, making me a little dizzy. So, yeah, we are going to a black flag all. We're going to move these cars, back down pit road, going to get Joel Johnston's car, out of turn number 6 there, get him back in. Hopefully he can get repairs done to that car so that we can get back out here again. We'll have to see. Right now there's about 12 minutes left to go in this session here. So they're going to have to do that really quick. I tell you what, gentlemen, let's go ahead. Let's make a quick call to the grid, because as soon as these cars are done, we're going to start our racing here this afternoon. So let me get these other drivers moving here. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Blue group. Blue group, this is your first call to the grid for your sprint race number 1. Blue group, to the grid, please, for your first call for your sprint race number 1.
Well, Ryan, you said that some of these guys might come down for a quick adjustment. Well, they've got the time now.
Yeah, I mean, they do. I don't think they really got, enough laps in. I mean, we had basically 47 drivers complete a lap, drivers that either didn't go out or didn't get to take, really complete the lap. Ben Wallace in that 179, Ariel German in that 475, and then Chris Wally in the 703. Again, this is a product when you have a lot of cars and you have an incident like that that come through, and very, very surprising that's Joel Johnson. I would have to venture to Josh that something had to have broke on that 207 machine in order to do that, because he is a very, very good driver and has very good car control. With that, so
hit the paint on Apex there.
Very, very well, right?
And that would definitely send things
Yeah.
askew there.
And again, with 10 minutes left to go in this session, depending on how long it takes, again, we talked about this in the last group, you may only get one flying lap, in order for that to happen. So we're going to have to, we'll have to see, how that's going to, that's going to affect some of these lap times as we get moving down the road. So again, everybody pulling in down on the pit road here now, kind of lining up to go out. Again, it's going to depend on how quickly they can get that Joel Johnson. It did look like it was really just some front end damage there on the left side. At first glance, it looked a little bit worse than it was, but then it ended up coming back where he was able to move it. So again, that crew and that group's going to have to get that up, because these next races, they're going to go pretty quickly. And with having to basically scrub yesterday's races, there's really only 2. And then Joel also does our enduros, that we're going to run on Sunday morning. So tell you what, let's go ahead and let me just talk about what the schedule is going to be, because I know we had some confusion yesterday, with the unfortunate incidents we have. So right now we're going to finish up this qualifying session. Then we're going to go right into our sprint race number 1 for these groups. I believe we may get 2 in before we go to lunch break. So we'll get our blue group and our yellow group, and then we'll go into a lunch break, and then we'll come back in, and then we will go into our last group. This group here, we'll get their race 1 group. Then we're going to take a little bit of a break. Then we're going to come back, and we're going to end up with our second race of the afternoon for each of our 3 groups here, where we'll have our blue group, yellow group, and our red group, such as what's on track right now. So they're going to get 2 races today. Then we're going to turn around, and then we're going to end that day. Then we're going to come back, and we've got 75-minute enduros tomorrow.
My favorite.
And when we get into tomorrow, we'll talk about mandatory pit stops, what these drivers need to do. We're going to have co-drivers. We will more than likely look to have a pit lane camera somewhere, possibly, if we can. If not, we'll call the action from up here, and we'll see what we can do so that you can enjoy those driver changes. You see a lot of that in the professional ranks. You'll see it here tomorrow too. So, tomorrow. So we'll talk about that as we go. So, again, right after this qualifying session, you can see right there on your camera that they are picking up the Joel Johnston car. They are going to get him hopefully loaded up pretty quickly, get him back, and then we will, get back to qualifying here.
I'm looking down pit road. I saw at least one car that has come in and changed his tires, his or her tires, excuse me. So that is slightly interesting. It's like, okay, well, the pressures are wrong in this one, so let's go for another set.
Yeah, so
or just scrubbing him in.
Yeah, well, you may end up seeing that quite a bit here, where they're going to come through and make some changes. Again, you talk about change some tire pressures and kind of go through and get as much as they can out of this qualifying session. Again, this is going to set them up for where they're going to be for this afternoon's race number 1 when they do. So again, this clock's still counting down through here. So again, as the time winds down, Josh, and however long it takes, it's going to, if you got a pretty good flying lap, that's, a pretty good lap within there, it's going to help you out. If not, again, that's just the product of what could potentially happen with a larger field.
But yeah, right now the top time is a 1:55, but once again, they've only done like 2 laps, so that's really nothing. But considering how much faster that is than our last session, that shows you guys and gals how quick things really are.
Well, I think that if we can get back out into get this car moved. Looks like we're getting ready to move these cars. Looks like the Joel Johnston car has been moved out of the way, and it looks like our emergency services crew is getting ready to leave the scene, so we should be going back here momentarily. I think once we get back out, look for a couple of these drivers who I've been following along here throughout the year. Corey Friedman and that 014. Look for him to be pretty quick today. Bella Stanko in this machine. I believe this is Bella's first year racing in this group right here, so he's done remarkably well throughout the year. That we watched him through the streams and everything going through. Look for Jeffrey Isringhausen to come up and get a better lap through there. Again, a lot of these drivers didn't get the lap because they were all stacked up back there coming out of turn number 10, not really looking to get there. The 25 machine, Edward Baus, look for him to move up. I believe at some point we'll get an in-car for Edward Baus. I think we have that on there. Getting ready to come up. Bob Mueller in that 128, been pretty dominant here this year in that GTA 3. Joseph Viola, I believe he ended up picking up the win down in Sebring, the first race of the year in that 262 machine. So good to see him up there right now. He did get a pretty decent lap. I'm sure it's not the lap he wanted with that 203. But again, this is where the product came, where they all got stacked up there trying to give themselves the gap. And what ended up happening is that we can go through it.
Yeah, definitely. And I can see that sounds like the EV crews are getting off track, so we should be going green real soon here with just over 3 minutes left. So that's basically one more lap, if I am correct on this. So I'm sure there's a few drivers who are not very happy right now with the standing time, but unfortunately, that's racing. I know we say that a lot, but that's the best way to explain it. That's racing.
Right. Well, again, it's what happens when you have a larger group, that's out there where you don't get, don't really get going. I tell you what, before they get going here, let's make another call to the grid for our first race group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call, blue group. Second call, blue group. To the grid, please, for your sprint race number 1. Second call, blue group. To the grid, please, for your sprint race number 1. And Josh, as we make that call there, you see it. You see guys, drivers coming out, trying to get ahead of one another to get that clean track. I don't believe we're going to see the same thing where they get stacked up back there. They're going to try to scrub in tires. Now they know they have to go here because they may only get one lap here because we're just under 2 minutes left to go.
And most of these drivers probably have timers in that car, and they see the time winding down. When they stacked up at the original start, there were some interesting remarks made by corner workers, but none that I care to share right now. But one can imagine. It reminded me of the local dirt track there, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a quick, again, as I say, we've got, you know, we're really running out of time by a minute left to go. So I think that they could end up just getting the green flag on the first lap coming out and then getting the checkered after that. So we'll have to see. Again, waiting for them to come around. We'll see what they're going to do. Again, as you know, with roughly 40 seconds left to go, you know, again, I have a feeling we're going to just get one lap here. So this is going to be go time. If you didn't get a good lap last time, you've got to figure out how to get that space in there in order to do that right now.
Well, it looks like there's no spacing issues right now, but you know, as our producer Zach is wanting to do, he will show me if I am indeed wrong.
Well, again, the track is green, so we'll see as we're running down on the timing. Basically shows a 0, so it could be that we're going to let them get one good lap, you know, for this qualifying session, and they may extend it a little bit longer. Again, we've got a couple more minutes until the next group is going to come out for their race, so you could end up seeing that.
And you can see that fan out down in turn number, well, here we go with turn 2. Another one of those great shots that shows how turn 1, it may look flat on TV, but it is nothing but flat. And then they start climbing that hill to the S's. So it's going down the back straightaway now, going into the inner loop. Let's hope everybody, getting fanned out nicely there. Get some good solid lap here. Sorry, I just enjoy watching this just as much as you do, Brian.
Well, I tell you, you know, it's going to be one of those. It's going to be one of those things where, you know, we get to the end and we're going to keep an eye on our starter here in C, because when I look at this technically, the time has ended. They're letting it go a little bit, you know, more long, you know, a little bit longer than they have right now, and you know, the fastest time. Marco Cerrone in that 184 machine in his GTA 4 992 Cup car. You know, don't believe he went back out. So I believe he may have been one of the ones that said, you know what, I'm good on that time with GTA 4. Come through, either that or his timing is not, you know, his transponder may not be working correctly, because they just saw him go through the start-finish line, but it said he did an 11-minute lap, unless I'm having a problem with my timing and scoring. But I don't believe that I am. I believe it is up and running. So
yeah, so that's probably, you know, with the black flag, that considered a very long lap.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, right. as we look at some other drivers, and again, I talked about it, Rene Rubichard in that 91, moving up GTA 4 right now, going to sit technically third in there. Richard Edge is going to see second right now in that 181 with a time, and as we just looked at it going through, here's Josh where everybody's getting their pretty good pretty good lap time there.
Back on board, somebody there.
Well, we were back on board with Edward Baus in the number 25 machine.
Here he is. Actually, I think that's the 636 machine as he's going down.
Okay, so that's Joe Dubois. That's Joe Dubia in the 636 right there. So okay, so
going and hit one. Well, can't hit two because there's a car there. 2, 3. Now goes in through the carousel. Tight turn. Car just wants to wash out right here. Trust me, this does not do it justice. And then going down into the laces, as you see a little bit of brake smoke there. Cutting tight. That is my favorite section of the track here. When I used to go shoot on the hot side photographically, that was my go-to spot because you get such a nice view of those cars. As Mark Chiron has now gone to a 153.095. Still showing that we're at 0, but as Brian said, sounds like they're going to give him a little bit more time, and I haven't heard anything in my ear on the corner worker net saying that it's about time to check her.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet. Again, these guys are really getting out. I mean, technically, we're about 25 minutes into the session, so it looks like, and here we go. Here's the checkers right there. So, and I do believe that may have been, I don't know if that was the 636, the first one to take that checker flag, that first white one going down there, and then a whole host or plethora of cars coming through here, coming through the coming past the start finish line. So I tell you what, let's go ahead, let's give some rundowns by group. Again, another big large group of drivers in this, so a lot of multi-class racing as these last flying laps will count. But going to the top here, GTA 2 in the 960, Kevin Roush in his 997 Cup car. Looks like he's going to take the provisional pole in that class. Gene Audette in the 44 going to be second. In GTC 8, the 57, John Getz, along with 412 of Russell Farhang, and then Joseph Viola in the 262. That's going to be your top three. Joe Doria, we went on board with him in GTC 3 in that 636. Looks like he's going to be your provisional pole in that group, along with the 143 of John Bauer, going to be second. And GTC 6, the 924 there of Jeff Smith in his 991.1 Cup car. Looks like he's going to take the provisional pole there. TJ Larson in the 103 going to be second, and then David Duquette in the 06 machine going to be third, with Edward Baus in the 25 is going to be fourth. And GTC 4, Noam Ilamu is in that 555, only driver in that. In GTA 3, Corey Freeman is going to take the top spot there in the 014 with Bob Mueller second, John Boyette Jr. in third in the number 11. We're going to see a great battle as this day goes on here, Josh, between Corey Freeman and Bob Mueller. I can almost guarantee that. When we look at the GTC 7, the number 64 there, Dwayne Moses. The 120, Bella Stanko Jr. Talked about Bella here. Again, really progressing up through the ladder. Then Philip Legia in that number 3 is going to round out your top 3 there. Looks like we got a couple cars that didn't actually get a lap in this weekend. So GTA 1, Gary Stanberry, the only one there. Marco Cerrone in the 184 machine for GTA 4 on the provisional pole with the 181 of Richard Edge second. And then Sean McCaig in that 34. That's going to round out your top 3 in GTA 4. So again, another large group with multi-class racing here, Josh. as we get going. So tell you what, before we take our quick break, and again, can't thank Demon Speed Motorsports for coming on board and presenting this qualifying run. But before we take a break, let's go ahead and make one final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call, blue group, final call, blue group to the grid for your sprint race number 1. So Josh, we're sitting here at the Porsche Clash at the Glen 2025. Tell you what, let's go ahead and take a quick break. Thanks some partners and sponsors. When we come back, we're going to start our racing action.
Zoom, zoom.
Stay tuned.
Wait a minute, wrong
wrong group.
Wrong group.
So we'll be right back.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your Porsche today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Welcome back to the Porsche Clash at the Glen 2025. And this is our blue group here for our first race of the afternoon. Even though it is mid-morning here, this will be sprint race number 1. Let's go ahead and start giving the starting lineup. Starting on the pole in the number 5 with a time 2:18.598. That is going to be Noah Mazzola. Starting in second in the 0-3, that's going to be Hoyt Endeman. Starting in third, the 0-29 of Robbie Wilson. Starting in fourth is going to be the number 2 of John Patton. Starting in the 5th position inside row 3, that's the 291 of Ryan Farragut. Starting in the 6th position in the 611, and that is Hunt McMahon. Starting in 7th, the number 16 of Lawson Wilder. Starting in the 8th position, the number 145 of Sam Halabi. Starting inside row number 5, in the number 411, that is Sean O'Brien. Starting in the 10th position, that is the 50 of Donald Anger. Starting in the 11th position, starting inside 6th row, that's the 79 of Alex Al. Starting in the 12th position, that is the 771 of Daniel Rubel. Starting in the 7th position, the number 13, that in the 13th position, that's the 54 of Jordan Simonson. Starting in the 14th position, the 201 of Lee Lasberg. Starting inside row number 8, in the 15th position, that's the 409 of Kevin Abernathy. Starting in the 16th position, the 07 of Will Waldron. Starting in the 9th row, starting in 17th, in the 165, that's Tamer Elbaga. Starting 18th is the 087 of Michael Gershon. Starting in the 19th position, in the 229, in that 911 Cup car, that is Alex Farragut. Starting in the 20th position, the 353 of Christopher Fay. Starting in the 21st position, inside row 11, that's the 141 of Dennis Hiffman. Starting in the 22nd position, that's the 144 of Bill Thomas. Starting in the 23rd position, and I do believe we're going to have some in-car camera from her here momentarily once we get going to racing. Starting inside row 12, that's the 992 of Mary Schindler. Starting in the 24th position, in the number 671, that's Peter Kaufman. Starting in the 25th position, the 42 of Tim Nate. Starting 26th, the 968 of Gary Stanberry. And starting in the 27th position, the 83 of Richard Bennett. Starting in the 28th position, in the 152s, Tom Credisi. Starting in the 29th position, the number 78 of Gene Ramondi. And starting 30th in the 320 is Greg Rochen. Starting in the 31st position, the 18 of Robert Linder. Starting 32nd in the 121 of Stephen Ryan. Starting in the 17th row, starting 33rd is the 08 of Nate DeSantos. And starting 34th on the grid in the 313, that's Frank Osborne. As our drivers are now coming up out of the boot and getting ready to turn to turn number 8. Starting 35th is the 221 of Kevin Hansel. Starting 36th is the 26th of William Johnson. Starting 37th is the 215 of Stephen Wilson. And starting 38th in the 33 is Bart Welty. Starting in the 20th row, in 39th position, the 626 of Luke Richard. And starting 40th in that 627 is Luke Pelpetier. We'll get you up on the last couple of rows after that, as our group now is just now getting ready to come up into turn number 9. So again, getting ready for our first race group of the mid-morning. This is going to be race group 1, and I tell you what, we are going to have one heck of a race here, especially in Spec Boxster. Again, that group is 24 cars deep, so that is going to be some really good racing. These cars are going to be very evenly matched in this group, so it's going to have to really rely on the draft in certain parts of this racetrack, especially coming up out of turn 1 and up through the S's, and then definitely when we get down through the front stretch here, when we come down through turn number 11 and then on to the front stretch past the start finish line. It looks like the lights are out on the pace car. So it looks like our group now is getting ready to come up underneath the bridge. So up, and it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a delay there. Yep, we do have a car being towed off of the racetrack. So again, we're going to go one more lap around. So I tell you what, let's go ahead and pick up where we left off here. Starting in the 21st row, starting 41st is going to be the 525 of Damon DeCastro. Starting in the 42nd position in the 216, Sadir Kalara. Starting in the 43rd position, that's the 23 of Eugene Basha. Starting 44th in the 75, that's going to be Ken Agnow. Starting in the 23rd row, starting 45th, that's going to be the 0 of Jared Roadheaver. Starting 46th, the 311 of Michael Holmes. Starting 47th in the 55 of Ja Salvador. Starting in the 48th position, that's the 521 of Joe Dillon. Starting in the 49th position, the 72 of David Mann. Starting 50th in the 414, that's going to be Ian Bryant. Starting in the 51st position, that's going to be the 99 of Stu Jenkins. Starting in the 52nd position, the 73 of Michael Stenko. Starting in the 53rd position, inside row 27, the 707 of Daniel Judge. Starting 54 in the 623 is going to be Dennis Rochers. Starting in the 55th position, inside row 28, is the 69 of Patrick Burnett. Starting 56 in the 124 is Jeffrey Mueller. Starting 57th, the 921 of Doug Crossman. And starting 58th is the 410 of Joseph Fiedler. And starting shotgun on the field in the 30th row is going to be the number 27 of Tom Valley. So you can see a very, very large field that we have here for our blue group going out. And again, our spec boxers, 24 cars deep, one of the largest groups I've seen so far this year that we've had with all of these races. So again, going to be a fantastic race. Look for Robbie Wilson to jump out front. Look for Ryan Farragut to come up through the field and get through here. When we talk about our 911 group, that's going to be a great race between Donald Anger, Eugene Basha, Lee Lasberg. Again, just to name a few, those drivers working through here, as we've got a large multi-class field here as they come down into the boot right now. So again, a lot of different multi-class racing here in this group, Josh.
Oh yeah, definitely. And this waved off start was due to a car that came to a stop up in the S's. But now everybody has packed up nicely, as we can see here at the tow camera. And we're going to go green this time by with a very deep field, I know you were saying. Turn 1 is going to be interesting, but isn't turn 1 always interesting on the first lap of a race?
Well, yeah, and again, you can't win the race on turn 1, but you can sure lose it. So I think we're going to see this group here really kind of tiptoe. Again, this group has had some really bad weather to run, not only yesterday during practice, along with all the other groups, but definitely this morning, when they went out, because the track was still really damp and really, just starting to dry. So a lot of these drivers, and looking through the start of the field, their qualifying times weren't that good because they were out on wets. Now they've gone back, they've transitioned to the dry tire. The track is completely dry within the race line. It's going to be very interesting on this start to see really what's really going to happen. Again, because that will change your setup with the cars. And again, as this group gets ready to come out, we can't thank Hapstands.com for presenting this race. So again, welcome to them coming in and doing this. So again, as our group now is coming out of turn number 11, Josh, lights are out on the safety car, as the safety car is now on pit road. So we should be looking for a green flag from our starter.
Yeah, this is going to be one heck of a start here.
And green flag is in the air, and we are racing. And I tell you what, a really, really good start by Donald Anger as he comes down in there. Looks like he's going to try to go 3 wide, sticking in there between there. So we're going to have to see whether or not that number 5 machine is going to be able to hold off the rest of this group.
Yeah, they stack up 3 almost, still 3 wide, almost going into the S's, but that is not recommended. But so far, everybody seems to have cleared turn number 1. Oh, this one car goes a little wide there in the S's off the line, but this is lap 1. So here we go down the back straightaway. Still looks almost like 2x2.
And we've got a lot of mix in between there, Josh, as we talked about with the spec boxer. And again, we're going to go 2 wide, almost 3 wide. Looks like Donald Anger there going a little 3 wide there, got out of the gas, let that car just roll and go through. But so far, everybody's gotten clear through the bus stop here. With the last couple of cars coming through as they start to head down into turn number 6, heading down there. I believe that is going to be John Patton in that SP3 machine going to lead the field.
Alex Farragut there in her 911, just now going through. be at the top of the shot there.
One car going a little bit wide there, Josh, as you talked about. We've got a little bit of contact right there, a little bit further back, I believe. That may be, I'm not sure if that's the 79 of Alex Al along with Jordan Simon in that 54 machine. Looks like both cars are able to continue, but maybe some contact.
Good battling all throughout the field here. As we see Alex Farragut once again, as she's now going up to your top of your shot in that black and green 911, classic 911. Yeah, she's making her way through the field quite nicely there.
Yeah, I tell you what, once we get through this first entire lap, we're going to be able to see where these drivers are going to go through there. We got a couple cars going around.
Right over the bridge.
Yeah, we got stacked up on the right-hand side there. Looks like we're going to be able to, we'll get some numbers, but it looks like we've got a lot of debris sitting there coming out of turn number 9 up the hill, Josh. So again, it's going to be something that they're going to have to look at, and they're going to have to check their tires. But again, looks like we had a product of a lot of cars trying to go in to the same space to go through there.
Yep, and that's exactly what corner workers are saying is two cars, a white boxer and another machine came together, and
I'm not sure if that is Ken Agnall in that machine. Looks like the front end of it. We've got a couple cars on coming down the pit road. We've got the 353 machine on pit road right now. I believe that is actually going to be, that's Christopher Fay, another top runner. That's another spec boxer. We also have the 42, Tim Nagy, on pit road again. So I think they were all involved in that. We'll have to see if that was Ken Agnall there. That was on driver's right coming out of turn number 10. Hopefully that vehicle is able to continue, but I do believe we are going to have a lot of cars that are probably going to have some damage there coming out of turn number 10, Josh.
Yeah, and corner workers are saying it is the 18 machine that is in turn number 10 right now.
Okay, that would be Robert Linder in that SB3, in that 968 Porsche. So again, apologies to all you Ken Agnall fans out there, but it did look like that was the front end of his car. It was kind of hard to look in that shot. And I do believe we do have some in-car. If we can pull this up, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get to it right now, but if we can, that is actually going to be the 992 of Mary Schindler in there. So I'd like to see if we can, Zach, where she may be, if that is up and running, because I know that she was kind of in there, to see there. But we'll look to see if we can pull it up. We got another car there that looks like that is very slow coming out of turn number 10. No, I know it's coming through there. I know that's the 18 car, but we had one car there, and I believe I'll get the number on that car, but that car took a really, really wide turn coming through that. That would have been the 54 machine coming through, and that would have been Jordan Simon. Really got loose there with that car over there, and I think it kind of took him by surprise.
Yeah, most definitely. But it's there we go. We have an onboard now.
Okay, so this is actually this is the Mary Schindler car.
Whoa.
So we've got one car going off right there, going to come right back out. Definitely got to get hard on their brakes. So again, I think what we're seeing, Josh, is, as you mentioned, drivers are hitting the paint. It is still damp, and we're going. So unfortunately, a pretty good shot right there. We'll get the call on that driver there.
And I hate to say this, but in this race group, they have had issues on two of the three major choke points at this track. And as we just saw with the onboard in the S's, that sounds like, to me, just being around here, that is definitely going to be a double yellow.
Yeah. Yep. We'll let them play out. It does look like that they are continuing right now at the moment. I'm not seeing the double yellows out, and I'm not seeing it on our live timing and scoring, but let's, as we do, and there it is. So we are now going to go to a double yellow. So we'll get all of the cars kind of regrouped back, and then what I'll do is kind of run through here where we have some of these cars in there, because we had a lot of action going on between, turn number 10 going through there, coming out of turn number, going up through there. We've got the car sitting over there in turn number, right outside turn 10, but coming up through turn 9. Again, a lot of cars and a lot of action right now. So we'll get the safety car out there.
Whoa, and somebody else looks like they have managed to hit probably a little bit of wet and has managed to find the only gravel trap left here at Watkins Glen International there. Looks like he backed in first, but has gotten that car stopped. So, yeah, interesting racing so far, both in the racing side and the not so much racing side.
Well, let's hope that they can get out. As you can see now, our safety car has now picked up the field coming out of turn number 2 and heading up the hill. So again, we'll look back there and we'll try to pick up some of these cars that are still out on the racetrack. But let's go ahead and give a quick little rundown, quick little recap. Again, with about 18 minutes left to go, technically in this race right now, this does look like this may take some time to get these cars moved out and then get that debris picked up. So let me give you a quick rundown here. So in SP2, right now, Joe Dillon is leading in that 521 machine. Luke Richard in the 626, Ian Bryant in that 414. In 911, Donald Anger leading that group. Alex Farragut moving up to second overall in the 911 Cup, with Lee Lasberg starting in third right now. In SP1, Bart Welty in the 33 machine. Josh Salvador, only 2 cars in SP1. That's 1-2. Michael Gershon leading the G class right now. Jordan Simon, we talked about Jordan going really wide through turn number 10. Here we are on board with Mary Schindler. And I'm getting word, Mary's a grandmother, so she's out playing with these younger kids.
World's fastest grandmother.
She's going to show them how to get it done here at some point in time today.
Age and treachery.
Right now, sitting in third, as I was just talking about the G class, Mary Schindler sitting in third in that 992. In GT5, our only driver, Richard Glickel, in that 48 machine. In ME1, Gene Raimondi in the 78, then Frank Osborne in that 313. We talked about Christopher Fay in that 353. I do believe Christopher may have taken his car back behind the wall. You saw him going down. Inspec Boxer, our largest field of this group. Robbie Wilson, the 029, Hunt McMahon, and then Ryan Farragut, Alex's father, in that 291 leading with Sean O'Brien and Alex Au in the 79, rounding out the top 5. In F class, Richard Bennett right now is your early leader in the 83 with the 99 of Stu Jenkins second, 73 Michael Stenko third. In SP3, John Patton in the 2 machine, Will Waldron and Greg Rochick in the 320 with Ken Agnos sitting in fourth in that 75 machine. So again, still very early on here, Josh, but as we start to run through in the timing, however long it's going to take to get these cars cleaned up so we can get back to racing, hopefully we can get a couple laps with just right around 15 minutes left.
Yeah, and that's a good hope. But, considering this group and how stacked it was, it's one of those laws of physics there. 2 cars going for 1 spot on the track never works. And that looks like what we had happen over in 9. And then going a little bit off up in 3, you saw what happens if you have slick tires and suddenly there's a little bit of wet there. You hit some paint and suddenly you're not facing the direction you're supposed to be. So fortunately, the drivers have some time right now to just catch a breather. And unfortunately also think, okay, how am I going to pass that person ahead of me? But that'll still make some good racing.
Well, now we've got, again, you're right. Now strategy comes into it where now you know what your car is going to do, and then you can come back and not that you can make any changes to it while you're out on the racetrack, but now you work really hard to get in front of that person, just as you mentioned. Tell you what, Josh, if we can, real quick, with just right around that 14-minute mark, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group for their race. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call, yellow group. First call, yellow group. To the grid, please, for your sprint race number 1. First call, yellow group. To the grid, please, for your sprint race number 1. So yeah, Josh, you know, as we look at it, and again, we still got some of the drapery, and you see a lot of the drivers kind of coming out of turn number 9 here, staying over drivers left, because I do believe there is some stuff sitting on drivers right, a little bit out of the, maybe out of the race line here. But I'm wondering if there's something else there as well, because every driver came out of there and went to the driver's left to get through there.
There was some debris there. I caught on one of our camera shots earlier on that does not appear to be there anymore. So either it has been picked up by another race car, or the vortex of another race car has shoved it off track. Because you know how debris can fly if you give it enough lift. So it looks good at this point. It's good to see that the driver here at turn 10 that pulled over is the car walking around. I'm sure that he is very dejected, and having all that happen, hopefully he can make it back out onto the track later this afternoon. But yeah, this is that, like I said before, that's racing. And but one advantage this time when we go green is that people are going to be more spaced out. So we won't have nearly as much people trying to occupy the same spot and stacked up and not see that there's something going on up ahead of them.
So it does look like we were able to get that car that was stuck in the sand trap. Sand trap. I feel like I'm talking about golf now.
Well, it does
in the gravel
work as a
trap.
bunker
It has
too.
got some. Yeah, it does get used as a bunker. Yeah, golf was on the brain real quick, and you know, that's because I passed a couple golf courses on the way up here on
I was
Thursday, and I'm
wondering
like,
if
oh.
you just missed your tee time.
I think I did. I think I missed my tee.
Well, that explains the shorts and the little glove you have on. Yeah.
Wearing the golf glove on the left hand. Good thing I
Yes.
didn't wear my spikes up here, because it may fall through the
True,
floor.
but definitely might need to put in a little wedge there, right?
Well, it looks like there's a few other drivers that may need to bring out the wedge in some of those, because there you see, there's the pink pig, Eugene Basha. So good to see Eugene out here running. Obviously not the start he was looking for this. And if you're looking at timing and scoring and you're looking through here, I am seeing Noah Mazzola in the 5 machine up front in the top couple places there. For some reason, they don't have him put up in the front, so it could be a transponder issue. And the car that went through there, Josh, was the 16, and I believe that was Lawson Wilder in that Red Bull spec Boxster that went through, that they got out of the gravel trap down there, or sand trap, depending on whether or not he wanted to play golf or not.
Zach, if you could go to the turn 11 camera showing turn 10, please. Thank you very much. And what happens when you put gravel or speedy dry out on the track? Well, you're going to have to blow it off. And there goes the portable sand. Oh,
So
yep.
I do believe,
Looks like some oil.
that may have come from the Robert Linder machine earlier on, and it was out there, and I think that's why we saw a lot of cars really going and having trouble getting through turn number 10, because if you can see where that emergency worker truck is, you can see where the oil goes. It goes right to the grass, which is exactly where Linder's
what he did.
machine was. So
Which explains that Boxer going in backwards there into the gravel trap, because suddenly I got it. Oh, what the?
I don't have it.
Yeah, what happened there?
Yeah.
Something. I thought he might have just hit a little bit of wet, but no, oil certainly would do that.
Yeah. So again, a lot of cleanup, and this, you know, again, this group here with just right around 9.5 minutes left to go in this race. Again, it's going to take some time to get that cleaned up here. So we're going to have to see how long they do. And then at that point, when we go back racing, Josh, they only may get a handful of laps. So you've got to make that move if you want to move up through there. Again, we talk about Robbie Wilson leading Spec Boxster. He's got 4 cars. I believe it'd be 5 cars. Again, the 5 machine there, not picking up Noah Mazzola. He is up front as well in that 5 machine, but I do believe there's going to be a couple cars in between, in between him and our leader in Spec Boxster of Robbie Wilson. And we talk about the 911 Cup with Donald Anger sitting, I believe, 2nd overall right now. He's got quite a bit of gap back to the 229 of Alex Farragut, and we may get joined up here by Alex sometime this weekend at some point, depending on the timing and depending on how we get things going through here. She may join us up here in the booth. Alex, kind of a regular here. It kind of keeps all of us straight. She kind of gives us the lowdown on some of the groups and some of them. So and it looks like that a lot of our cars, Josh, and you were just pointing at the screen here that we're looking at, they don't want to go through that stuff.
No, but one thing that I would like to give a call to is that almost golf-colored, I think it's a 968. He literally came down pit road after the field was already halfway around the track, and he has moved, I'm not sure who it is, but has moved up significantly in this field. Just in the first couple laps, I saw him taking a whole bunch of cars. So let me see, as they're coming down the front straightaway here, who that is. And it is the number 968, of course, I should know that. And that is who?
So the 968 is actually going to be Gary Stanberry. So Gary, didn't get the qualifying really run that he wanted to. I believe Gary Stanberry started pretty much towards the back of this field.
And came down late.
He started 26th. So again, Gary moving all the way up right now. I believe he is he's still listed in the 26th position, but he's had some moves there because he dropped back because of the incident and then going back out. So again, trying to get.
And we have another really late comer, classic 911 in blue. Zach, if you can pick him up, just coming out of pit road there. Get a number on him. I'm not sure if that's coming back out or... Yep, thank you, Zach. You see him driver's right just now, trying to find a spot to merge. I think that is not a re-entry. I think, at least according to Porsche rules, that if you go back in the paddock area, you're not allowed to come back out.
Well, I don't think he went to the paddock. He definitely came down through pit road. So I don't believe that he fully went back to the paddock. But when he came out of pit road, blended right back in.
6-something. But yeah, that's very interesting. I wasn't sure if he had pulled off earlier or not, but yeah.
We'll take a look and see. We'll do that. So it looks like we've got one car that may have stalled down there, down at the bottom of the hill.
And gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, it sounds like we are checker on this race.
Okay, so when we come by the start-finish line, we are going to checker. So I tell you what, while we're waiting for them to come back through here, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call, yellow group. Second call, yellow group to the grid for your sprint race number 1. Second call to the grid, yellow group for your sprint race number 1. So again, I think there's just so much cleanup that we're going to have to do there. Josh back there really out of turn number 9 through all the way up through 10, heading into the entry into turn 11 that we're going to, as you said, we're going to get the checker there. You can see kind of over there where they're going to have to spend a little bit of time and clean up. So once they come back by here, they will get the checker. So I'll tell you what we'll do. Why don't we do this? While they're getting ready to come through and they're on the back half of this racetrack, since obviously the positions aren't going to change, really only have several laps that have been completed. Let me go ahead and give you kind of where I believe everybody is going to finish as I gave that rundown before. So in SP2, it looks like Joe Dillon is going to pick up the win there in the 521. In the 626, Luke Richard is going to pick up second place. And then the last podium spot in SP2 is going to be Ian Bryant in that 414. In the 911 Cup, looks like Donald Anger is going to pick up the win there in that number 50 machine with Alex Farragut in that 229. Going to be in second with Lee Lasberg in that number 201, going to finish in third. In SP1, looks like Bart Welty is going to finish in the 33rd. In the number 33, he's going to finish first, and then Josh Salvador in the 55 is going to finish second. In our G class is going to be the 087 of Michael Gershon, along with the 54 of Jordan Simon, going to pick up second place, and I do believe the 992, our grandmother, Mary Schindler, she's going to pick up the last podium spot in third in the G class. In GT5, Richard Glickel, our only driver in there, is going to pick up the win there in that 48. Gene Raimondi in the 78 is going to pick up the ME1 class, along with Frank Osborne second in the 313, and then Christopher Fay in the 353. When we look at Spec Boxster, Robbie Wilson is going to pick up the win here in the 029, and Robbie's also going to pick up the overall win here in our blue group in our race number 1. 611 Hunt McMahon is going to finish second with Ryan Farragut, I believe, finishing in that 291, going to get the last podium spot. So both Farraguts land on the podium here in our first race of the mid-morning and of the day. Sean O'Brien's going to finish fourth in that 441 with Alex Au in the 79, going to finish fifth. We look down here to our F class in the 83 of Richard Bennett. Then Stu Jenkins in the 99 is going to finish second. Michael Stanko is going to finish third in F class. When we look at SP3, John Patton in the number 2 is going to finish your leader there with Will Waldron, and then Greg Rochek in the 320 machine with Ken Agnon going to finish fourth. So that's going to round out. One of the things I do want to check on here, Josh, as we go to break, is I really want to check on where they're going to put Noah Mazzola, because Noah Mazzola was up in the front. I believe it's going to be Robbie Wilson, and then Noah Mazzola will probably be 1-2 in our Spec Boxster. When I look at when they cross the start-finish line, timing and scoring doesn't have it, maybe having some transponder issues, but we'll let them figure that out.
We just
down in
commentate.
we just commentate on what we've got on the screens and what we see, but I do believe that's what they'll look at and they'll change. So I tell you what, while we're picking up some of these other cars, we're going to clean up the track. Let's go ahead and we'll make one final call for the next group for their sprint race number 1, and then we'll go ahead and take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Final call, yellow group. Final call, yellow group to the grid for your sprint race number 1. So I tell you what, Josh, let's go ahead. Let's take that break. We'll thank some partners and sponsors here. You're watching the 2025 Porsche Clash at the Glen from Watkins Glen International. We'll be right back.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of two components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Porsche Clash at the Glen here at Watkins Glen International. We're getting ready for our yellow group. And Josh, right now the morning just doesn't seem to be going the way it should be with some of these, getting some of these laps. But as our group comes out, tell you what, let's go ahead and do the rundown for the starting grid, because we're going to have a split start here as we start this next group. And just a reminder, this will be the last group before lunch. So we'll be going to lunch right after that. So just so that everybody's aware of that. So again, we'll start with our GTD cars. They're going to start up front here. So starting on the pole in the number 82 machine, that's going to be Connor Hare. Starting in the second position outside row 1, that's the 17 of Mark Calzaretta. Starting in the second row inside, starting in the third position, that's going to be the 444 of Rocco Quintana. Starting in the fourth position in number 125, that's going to be Peter DeBusman. Starting in the third row, starting in the fifth position is the 111 of Nicholas Gruyere. Starting in the sixth position, the 76 of Charlie Craig. Starting in the seventh position in the number 90, that's going to be Nicole Robichaud. Starting in the eighth position, the 52 of David Peterman. Starting in the ninth position, the 53 of Rami Faird. Starting in the 10th position, the number 171 of Larry Wexler. Starting in the 11th position, in the number 731, that's going to be Bayer Yanni. Starting in the 12th position, the number 40 of Corey Lipka. Starting in the 13th position, that's going to be the number 581 of Mark Cook. Starting in the 14th position, the 63 of David Wildrick. Starting in the 15th position, in the 233, that's David LaRue. Starting in the 16th position, in the number 910, that's going to be Scott Baird. Now we'll get back to our other cars in the group. That starting in the 10th row, starting in the 20th position, that's going to be the 818 of Kenneth Pryor. Starting in the 11th row, starting 21st, is the 98 of Ed Dunn. Starting in the 22nd position, starting in the 024, that's Andrew Ganone. Starting in the 23rd position, in the 194, that's Kevin Sear. Starting 24th on the grid in the 02, that's Kenneth Fisher. Starting 25th is the 154 of Eric Liu. Starting 26th is the 777, and we saw some in-car from him during qualifying. That's going to be Franklin Prey. Starting in the 27th position in the 726, that's going to be Russell Mortarano. Starting in the 28th position in the 022, that's Hadley Boss Fisher. Starting in the 29th position is the 228 of Art Zhang. Starting in the 30th position in the 690, that's Yuri Masinov. Starting in the 31st position in the 32, that's Tim O'Mara. Starting in the 32nd position in that 321, that's Eric Yorktoy. Starting in the 33rd position in the 158 of Scott Gill. Starting 34th position is the 66 of Claudio Kemp. Starting in the 35th position is the number 93 of Matt DiStefano. Starting in the 36th position is the 912 of Steve Schindler. Starting in the 37th position is the number 4 of Sam Mamano. Starting 38th position on the grid, and that is the 147 of Waleed Chetty. Starting in the 20th position, in the 40th row, in the number 122, that's Michael Venable. Starting in the 40th position, the 28 of Peter Habestad. Starting in the 21st position, in the 41st position, I should say, in the 21st row is the 108 of Amy Burgess. Starting 42nd position is the 186 of Mike Beers. Starting in the 43rd position, and we have some in-car camera that we're going to show here, hopefully in this group, in the 411, that's Tiv Heinlein. Starting in the 44th position, the number 1 of Charles Mayer. Starting 45th is the 39 of Tim Lambie. Starting 46 is the 648 of Paul Van Eden. Starting 47th position is the 76 of Jose Rourke. Starting 48th is the 88 of Daniel Kretz. Starting 49th is the 079 of Charles Liu. And rounding out in the top 50 is the 447 of John Dunsky. Starting 51st is the 121 of Steve Garrison. Starting 52nd is the 132 of Peter Donahue, as all our cars now starting to come up out of turn number 9 and heading up into turn 10. Starting in the 53rd is the 43 of Don Holmes. Starting 54 is the 941 of Breon Charters. Starting 55th position is the 740 of Alan Levy. Starting in the 56th position, 159 of Terrence Judge. Dominic Belvedere in that 556 going to start 57th. Ryan McGrath is going to start 58th in the number 77 machine as our drivers are getting ready to come out now out of turn 11. Starting 59th is the 148 of Francis Florido. And starting last on the field in the 60th position, that's Peter Chong in the 722. As we're waiting for our cars to come down and hopefully get the green flag. And it does look like green flag is in the air. We are underway here, Josh, as they head down into turn number 1. Connor Hare, Mark Calzaretta. That's going to be in the first group. They're going to take a ride out there and try to pull away from Rocco Cantana along with Peter DeBusman as we're waiting for our second group now to come through. Again, you can see Connor O'Hare and Calzaretta as they head down into turn number 2 and head up the hills, give the early lead to Connor O'Hare. As we go back to the start-finish line and we pick up our second group right here, you're going to see now as they take the green flag, that is actually going to be Ed Dunn and Kevin Sear along with Kenneth Pryor. Going to head down into turn 1. It looks like Ed Dunn's going to get that lead with that group there, Josh, as they head up into turn 2. And we started to go 3 wide a little bit further back, and I believe that was going to be between Eric Lou, Franklin Frey, and Kenneth Fisher.
Yeah, it looked like a few guys went over the rumble strips, and, you know, going 3 wide through the S's is not recommended, but it looks like they've got most of themselves sorted out as, oh, look at that battle at the front of the pack there. Nice and tight, but you start to see those 2 cars starting to draw away from the rest of the pack, which might be everything, especially if things were going the same way as it did in the last race.
Well, so that's going to be for GTB 1 battle. That's going to be Kenneth Pryor in the 818 in that black 996 GT3 machine, and then the 98 of Ed Dunn in that Cayman. That Ed Dunn has run really well all year long in that GTB1 class. So again, look for those two, and those two have battled throughout the entire season at the different racetracks along with Kevin Sear in that 194 machine. As now our first group is getting ready to come up out of turn number 11 and head down by the start-finish line. That is actually going to be Connor Hare. He's going to pick up that GT3 lead over Mark Calzaretta, and that's opened up by about 2 seconds already. Then a little bit further back, Rocco Cantana, and then Remy Feard moves up to 4th again, and that's your leader. Actually, that is for the last podium spot right now in GTD3.
Yeah, they're smoothing out here, single file. And the second pack looks like it has calmed down a little bit, although it's a little tight there as they're coming under the bridge now. Thank you, Zach. First 2 cars look like they're trying to get away from 3rd place there. Oh, nice move going down on the inside there. One of those classic outbreak passes here at Watkins Glen. They head up into the S's. Looks like that Brumos livery is going to try again. See if they can get through there.
Pretty good battle a little bit further ahead of this group there, and that's between the 777 of Franklin Prey and the 022, the white Cayman of Hadley Boss Fisher. A little bit there. So this looks like this is for the overall in the second group here, and I believe that is going to be now move Ed Dunn ahead of Kenneth Pryor in that GTB1, and now throw in Andrew Gano in that 024 machine. He's moved up to 3rd.
Places there, adding a little bit more momentum there. We'll see in the toe, get themselves straightened out. Yep, looks like, but that is going to definitely be one of those battles to keep your eye on, along with that battle with the Brumos livery Porsche and the black one right in front of it.
Yeah. Tell you what, a lot of battles going early on here, and a lot of it is for class. And again, this is the second group that we're seeing there between Ed Dunn, Kenneth Pryor, and now throw the 154 there, Eric Lou up in there as well. And then last time by I was looking at it, I was talking about with the Franklin Prey and the 777 in that black 997. and then Handley Boss Fisher in that green and kind of white 022 machine. Keith Fisher actually got ahead of them a little bit further up, and again, these drivers still having to deal with that. There is the Franklin Prey, there's the Boss Fisher machine, and then a little bit back, Art Zhang in that another GTB1.
Made down into turn 1, and car is through. I think that was 818 Gray.
So again, that is the Kenneth Pryor machine, and that 818 making the pass on Ed Dunn in that 98 machine, heading down through turn 1 and up through the S's. There they go right there. There is Kenneth Fisher. That's the first car. Ed Dunn, the second car. And then you can look a little bit further back. That's the 154 of Eric Liu in that white Cayman. And then you have the 024 of Andrew Gano in there as well. So again, pretty good battles within the second group. We have one car to 32 on pit road. So Tim O'Mara having some issues early on in his Porsche.
And it looked like that second pack group. Well, someone got hung out wide there. So it looks like going to track there, but it looks like the head of the second group there, I believe that would be Eric Liu, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, the head of that is Kenneth Pryor.
Oh, Pryor,
in
okay.
that. So
looks like he's starting to build a little bit of a lead from maybe half a car length to a car length, which is pretty good. Of course, the people behind him, the more that they try and pass each other, the easier it just makes his job, because he can just keep going.
yeah, you're going to see a lot of a lot of challenges within the different groups. Again, another another race group that has a plethora of intermingling class of races, and so you've got some of these cars that are pretty evenly matched, even though they're listed in different groups. So you're going to see that throughout this entire time. But Ed Dunn picking back up on GTB1, over Kenneth Pryor in that 818 machine. I was looking a little bit further ahead there in our overall leaders in the GTD3 class. That's Connor Hare along with Mark Calzaretta. That gap has opened up to 3.5 seconds, and then you got to go probably another 13.5 seconds back to Remy Feard in that 53 machine. So that's your top class right now in that GTD3. So again, that's starting to spread out a little bit more. If we go back a little bit, we talked about again in our GTB1 class as they come down through, Kenneth Pryor, Ed Dunn, Eric Liu. The gap between them is less than 0.5 of a second right now, and they're starting to open that up over Andrew Gano along with Kevin Sear. Kevin Sear dropping back by a second and a half, just came through the bus stop. That's then the next car is coming through there. That's the 777 of Franklin Prey, and then Art Zhang right behind him. Art Zhang a little bit further back in that GTB1 class.
And with all multiple classes, the leaders now have started to catch the back markers. So you have to be able to time getting around, as we see a great battle between Boss Fisher there.
That's actually Art Zhang trying to make the pass on Franklin Prey. Again, not a battle for class in there, but that is a battle on the racetrack, and that's actually pretty good. That's the product of what you're going to see, right? You're going to see a J-class car along with a GTB1 car pretty much evenly matched there through that, and then they're going to be able to match
like
it.
We got one car. No, just went a little wide there, going up into the toe or the heel there. Looks like everybody's going at full speed though. And there we go with Zane and that livery, Brumos livery car. They're still battling nose to tail every lap.
Again, there's the battle between Franklin Prey and Art Zhang headed down into turn 1. So that battle continues to pretty much rage on through there. If we can, I want to take a little bit further ahead of that, and that is the Keith Fisher in the green Cayman 02, along with Hadley Boss Fisher in the 022, in the white. In the white, another white Cayman. Yep, that's it right there. So that is, again, that's GTB1. That is actually a battle in class, not for the top spots, but that is a battle for 6th and 7th. And they've been pretty much nose to tail once Boss Fisher got around Franklin Prey, started to move forward. So they continue that battle, heading down into the boot right now, going down into turn number 7. Again, both of those Caymans in that GTB1 class. So again, really trying to work through there as they come through. It does look like we have one car that may be off down in turn number 1.
And that was the 82 machine
And that is
of Connor Hare.
Yeah, that's our overall leader in GTD3. So move Mark Calzaretta up there. So it looks like he's just now pulling off. So definitely had some problem, may have gone for a spin, but that's going to move Mark Calzaretta in that GT4 RS Cayman for that GTD3 spot, excuse me. Move him up front now in the 17 once they come back around.
And it actually wasn't a spin, it was corner worker called in as he was off pace, and then he stopped right there. So I guess he had the proverbial 3-finger salute of Control-Alt-Delete and got the car to go again. With all these computers in these cars.
Yeah, sometimes it is a little easier just to, you do that and then you reset everything, and next thing you know, you're able to get that thing running again, right back out. So again, Connor Hare having a problem going down into turn 1 last time by. So the next time Mark Calzaretta comes around, he should be able to pick up that lead. And what we'll have to do there is we'll have to look at the next battle on the racetrack there. I do believe Remy Freire is going to be a little bit further back.
And it sounds like the 722 spun, but has managed to regain some pace. Nope, he's coming into pit road.
Again, another car having a lot of problems out on the racetrack. If we can, Zach, let's go try to find the 411, see if that in-car camera, we do have some in-car camera with Tiv Heinlein in there. There he is now, just now coming up through the S's right now. Right now, Tiv is sitting in second place. He's about 9 seconds back. This is in the I-Class division. So he is about 9 seconds back from the 4 of Sam Mamano. But again, you can see Tiv coming up on some other cars there, trying to get through. That's through the bus stop.
They're ahead of him.
Yeah, so again, coming down out of there, a little bit, those hands really quickly moving there. That car not handling well at all down out of the bus stop and through kind of 5B as they head down into turn 6. That car really got out of shape, and he was able to collect that going through. So again, going down through the boot there, again, Tiv about 9 seconds back from Sam Mamano through there. So it looks like we've got another car off pace here, and I'm wondering if that's Connor Hare again having a problem right there. It does look like that is the machine of Connor Hare coming up out of there, getting ready to come up towards the bus stop, having a problem again. So that car having all kinds of different issues right now. So what started out as a promising start has now caused quite a bit of problems as they come out of the bus stop. We'll see if he's able to keep that, or whether or not he does bring that down pit road, this time by. Because again, you don't want to be out on the racetrack with that car cutting in and out like that. That's going to cause major problems. It could end up being a safety problem.
Oh yeah, definitely. Reminds me of, unfortunately, an old comic that I saw that said, "We had him until the green flag dropped."
If we go back and we look through the field, it seems like a lot of the drivers racing in class, the closest battle on the racetrack is what we were talking about before, with the green Cayman of the 02 of Keith Fisher and then the 022 of Hadley Boss Fisher. So everybody pretty much getting spread out other than the ones that are having some problems there. If we go back and we'll kind of take a look, let's kind of go through a quick little rundown of these groups and let you know where everybody is within that group. So Claudio Kempf in that GT4 class, leading over Jose Roque. In the GTD1, Peter DeBusman leading Nicole Robichaux. In the I class right now, Sam Mamano is leading Tiv Heinlein, and then Don Holmes in the 43. That's in the I class. In GTB1, pretty good battle here. As we've talked about, Kenneth Pryor now move Andrew Ganone up into second with Eric Liu in third. Ed Dunn dropping all the way back to fourth in class with Kevin Sear rounding out your top five. And again, that's a 15-car battle in that class today. So pretty good size field there. In GTP2, Carl Tallardi in that 96 machine is your leader there. In GT3, Charles Mayer in that number one machine is leading Charles Liu by about 5 seconds, along with the 127 of Steve Garrison, which is another 10 seconds back in that GT3 battle. In our J class, Franklin Play leading Steve Schindler by about 10 seconds in that 77 machine. And then we look at our overall leaders here. In GTD3, Mark Calzaretta leads by 12.5 seconds over Remy Feard in that 53 over the 52 of David Peterman. That's your top three in that. If we look at Spec Cayman, in our leader right now is the 93 of Matt DiStefano, along over Eric Yortsoy in that 321, and then Yuri Masinov in that 690. That's your top three there. In GTD2, Rocco Quintana along with Nicholas Gruyere and Bayer Yanni. That's your top three there. And in H class, in the 77 of Ryan McGrath, leading over the 159 of Terrence Judge, and then the 132 of Peter Donahue. That's about a 7-second gap between first and second there in our H class, with about 5.5 minutes left to go, Josh. So again, these drivers really getting spread out and no real big battles for class within there.
As you're saying all that, I believe Connor Hare has pulled off and returned to the paddock area. Obviously, a Control-Alt-Delete wasn't enough. I bet he's unsuiting and then kicking his ECU.
Yeah. Yeah, so sometimes those things happen, right? I mean, you get out there and the car just doesn't want to run. Pretty good battle right here. Again, that's not really for class, and I do believe that is, we'll have to pick out what some of those, where those are, so that we can look at to see which classes these are in. But again, you start to get, as you come up out of the S's there and you come down really right, go into the bus stop, that's where the collection really starts to happen with some of these cars. Some of these cars can get in a little deeper through there
as we see right
than
there.
some of the other ones. Yeah, so and you're able to make that pass.
Yellow and red one.
We'll try to pick up where they are and who they are as they go through there, because it looks like that may be kind of in just behind some of those. There goes the 4 of Mamano by start finish line, and then they're a little bit further back from that, so we'll have to pick up them as they come by our window here to be able to determine who those were. But that is a pretty good battle, and again, that's what happens with multi-class racing, right? You end up with a lot of cars in there, some getting deeper than others, and what it does, it just causes a collection of them as they run through.
Yeah, and cars are all able to intermingle because they all make around the same lap time. It's just where they make the lap time is what differentiates them, as it looks like they're coming through turn 10 now. See if we can I can catch at least one number off this group. Under the bridge now, 3 wide. Looks like you're gonna go 4. That is the 024 is the silver one.
Yeah, so that looks like that is going to be in that group. That's going to be Corey Lipke in the 40 with Andrew Ganone, and then move in Kenneth Pryor along with that, along with Eric Liu. So that's technically 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, along with the 63 of David Wildrick in there as well. So those guys there, a couple of those are GTB ones. So that is going to be a battle for class. So let's stay on that group right there. And I do believe that is actually going to be in there. That is actually going to be for the lead in GTB1 with the 024 of Andrew Ganone along with Kenneth Pryor and Eric Liu. So
and here we see one goes slightly wider in the carousel there. We'll see how they manage it. Looks like the position has changed now. Black car, which I believe is Robichon there.
Well, going down through there, that is definitely Andrew Ganone in that silver 996 leading Kenneth Pryor. And I think Kenneth Pryor tried to get up alongside there, not able to make that stick. Then you've got the white 154 there of Eric Liu again trying to stick his nose in there. Those two were separated by about a 0.4 of a second. So again, some of that other traffic, and there they go right there, coming out of turn number 7 or turn number 8, heading up into turn number 9. Again, that's going to be the overall battle.
And I'm hearing that this time by, the leaders will be shown 1 lap to go.
Yeah, so Mark Calzaretta in the 17, your overall leader and your leader in GTD3, has about a 12-second gap over the 53 of Remy Faird. So we'll look for Mark Calzaretta to come around. That's what that's going to do, is that's going to put a lot of pressure on this battle here coming down into turn number 1. They're going to have to get that done pretty quickly. Ganone now leading over by about 4 seconds over Kenneth Pryor, and then 0.2 of a second back to Eric Liu. So the battle really is for second and third overall coming down through there.
Oh, Gene, that 4-car battle going up through the S's, like someone was going to try, looked like someone was going to try and dive in on the S's, but now, no, hits the back straightaway. It's too wide going into the inner loop, and at this point, it is, okay, how late can you brake to stay ahead? White machine definitely is ahead, followed by the 2 black, and that yellow and red machine as they exit the carousel. As the leaders have now just been shown 1 lap to go here. Battle spaced out just a little that we've been watching. See, looks like it's half the cars now. It's 2 and 2 as they're going to come down to the white flag. They're at the heel now, getting some breathing room there. And no, it looks like the next pack, first 2 looks like they've spaced out. The next 2, not too far behind there, Brian.
Yeah, so again, that's going to be, with 1 lap to go, that is actually the battle for second place in GTB1 between Kenneth Pryor and Eric Liu in that black 996 and that white Cayman. So we'll have to see when they come by there. We're waiting for Mark Calzaretta right now to come by the start-finish line where he'll be getting that checkered flag here. As it looks like he may now be getting ready to come up and out of turn number 11, getting ready to come up underneath the bridge here momentarily. I believe he's stuck behind a little bit of traffic here. He's going to have 3 cars ahead of him that he's going to have to try to get around, and they're going to have to try to stay in front of him if they want to continue another lap. If not, if he is able to pass them, then that looks like that may be the end of it. We're waiting for him to come by now to the start-finish line.
And coming through turn 10 now, our overall leader. And here he comes down the front straightaway.
Yep, there he is, just now taking the checkered flag. So Mark Calzaretta is your overall winner. And then again, another long way back to Remy Faird. Remy Faird just now passing the start-finish line. He's going to finish second in GTD3. So he's going down into turn 1 there. So they have taken the checkered, and every car behind them is now taking it. And then we should be seeing David Peterman coming by the start-finish line as well. That's going to be third in GTD3. So again, that battle that we were looking on for GTB1 between Eric Liu and Kenneth Pryor, last time by, Eric Liu was able to get by Pryor, and I do believe they were in some heavy traffic. So it looks like Eric Liu may be able to hold off. Again, we'll try to pick them up again. We do maybe have one car stopped down there in turn number 1. We do. We have one I can see down there, the black and kind of pink car. That may be Nicole Robichaux down there in that number 90 machine.
It looks like one also up by turn number 9 as well.
Okay, as Ed Dunn comes across the start-finish line, barely moving in that 98 machine, but was able to take the checkered flag. Here comes Kevin Sear in that 194 machine. Hadley Boss Fisher losing that battle. That's 5th and 6th overall in GTB1. That's a pretty good battle. So I wonder if Kevin Sear having some problems going through there. So as the rest of our cars pick up the checkered flag, let's go ahead and Josh, if we may, let's go ahead and give the give the rundown here. I think we've got actually we probably got 4 or 5 cars here left to take the checkered flag here coming up out of turn number 10, as I believe most of our cars have already taken it through there. So we'll pick up the last couple of cars. Let's go ahead and I'll give kind of a rundown by class of where it is, because there was a lot of action going on the last lap and a half, and we want to make sure that we get all them as Mark Calzaretta is down on pit lane. All right, so let's talk at GT4. Claudio Kemp in that number 66 machine going to pick up the win there. Jose Roque in the 776 going to finish second. In GTD1, Peter DeBusman is going to pick up the win there over the 90 of Nicole Robichaux. In our I class, Sam Mamano in that number 4 going to pick up that win over Tiv Heinlein in that 411 machine, with Don Holmes getting that last podium spot in the 43. In GTB1, Andrew Ganone in that 024 picking up the win there. Eric Liu picking up second with Kenneth Pryor dropping back, who held that early lead in that 818 machine, dropping back to third, with Ed Dunn crossing the start-finish line in fourth. In GTP2, Carl Tallardi in that 96 machine, our only driver in GTP2, going to pick up the win there. In GT3, Charles Liu in that 079 in that Cayman Club Sport, going to pick up the win there, with Charles Mayer in the number 1 picking up second, with the 127 of Steve Garrison finishing third. In J class, 777 of Franklin Prague going to pick up that win, with 912 Steve Schindler in second. And we talked about in GTD3, Mark Calzaretta is going to pick up the win there, with Remy Faird in that 53 is going to finish second, with David Peterman in the 52 in that 718 Cayman GTR Club Sport going to finish in third. In Spec Cayman, Eric Yortsoy, we didn't talk about this battle here pretty much because it kind of opened up a little bit, but Eric Yortsoy in that 321 going to pick up the win there, with Yuri Masanoff in that 690 going to finish second. Scott Gill going to finish third, with Waleed Chetty in the 147 going to finish fourth. In GTD2, Nicholas Guerre in that 111 is going to finish first over Rocco Cantana in that 444, with Bayer Yanni sitting in third in that 731. In H class, Ryan McGrath picking up the win in that 77 over Terrence Judge by about 22 seconds in that 159, and then the 132 of Peter Donahue is going to finish in third, with Breon Charters in that 941 finishing fourth. So that's going to wrap it up for our first round of Race Group 1. We are going to go to lunch at this point in time, so we are going to take about an hour break. Before we do that, we do want to read something here really quickly, and then we'll go to our break.
Yep, and the Central New York region of Porsche Club will be dedicating a tree in the memory of Charles Chuck Gladle tonight at 5 p.m. the tree will be between the Tower Suites and the Jack Daniels Club. Of course, Chuck was the announcer for the Porsche Clash and my mentor here. So, and we really do miss him. If you see Joyce, make sure you give her a hug.
Yeah, and you know, again, if you're going to be around here, take part in that. That would be a special occasion to do that. So, with that being said, we are going to take about an hour break. We're going to come back for lunch, and we'll post on the chat what time we're going to be back, and we'll start making calls to the grid to get our first group ready to go after our lunch break. So stay tuned with us. We'll be back in about an hour. You're watching the 2025 Porsche Clash at the Glen.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche Performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Join us for the 31st Great Plains Region Carrera GT Club Race at Motorsports Park Hastings, June 20th through 22nd. In addition to club racing, we'll also be holding a DE for advanced drivers, and nobody will want to miss our wonderful Saturday night social. All GPR club members are invited to attend and experience the high-level racing, drive in the DE, or attend the social. Just a little more than 2 hours from Omaha, driving to MPH goes by pretty quick when you're cruising in a Porsche. Make sure to join us. Registration opens on clubregistration.net on May 5th.
Hub stands, created by BBX Racing, are designed to get the wheels and tires out of your way, making it easier, more efficient, and more repeatably precise to measure, align, and set up your race car suspension directly at the hubs. They are racer-proven everywhere, from club racing to IMSA, SRO to WEC, and with fits for pretty much everything, from 356s to 935s, from Lotuses to Ligier. Hub stands are manufactured in America at BBX Racing and are used by racers worldwide. Visit hubstands.com for information on complete setup systems for your car.
Join us for a 7-day cruise, the Treffen at Sea, to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Porsche Club. We'll be cruising August 30th to September 6th and showcasing the history and majesty of the East Coast. We'll stop in Newport, in Boston, Portland and St. John, and Halifax along the way, where you'll find in-port Porsche events. You'll also enjoy special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. The Enchanted Princess will both depart and return from New York City, making it a round trip. You'll experience incredible cuisine, culture, history, and nature, plus Porsche surprise events when we stop at port. To learn more and register, please visit pca.org and click the Events tab.
Welcome back to the 2025 Porsche Clash at the Glen. Hope everybody had a fantastic lunch break. Right now, Josh, we're getting ready to get into our red group, which is the fastest cars. These guys have had the driest racetrack the entire weekend, other than yesterday, so far today. So why don't we go ahead and let me give the starting lineup here. We'll get through the first 30 cars at this point. So we've got, again, another large size field with a lot of our GTC groups. Starting on the pole in the 184, Marco Cerrone. Starting in the second position, the 181 of Richard Edge. Starting in the third position, the 014 of Corey Friedman. Starting fourth, the 57 of John Getz. Starting in the fifth position, the 128 of Bob Mueller. Starting in the sixth position, the 34 of Sean McKay. Starting in the seventh position, in the number 960, that's Kevin Roush. Starting in the eighth position, the 237, that's David Williams. Starting in the ninth position, in the 64, that's Dwayne Moses. Starting in the 10th position, the number 924 of Jeff Smith. Starting in the 11th position, we talked about this gentleman earlier this morning, that's the 120 of Bella Stanko Jr. Starting in the 12th position, in the number 91, that's Rene Robichaud. Starting in the 13th position, in the 058, that's Anthony Lopez. Starting in the 14th position, in that number 3, that's Philip Leja. Starting in the 15th position, in the 412, that's Russell Farhang. Starting in the 16th position, that's the 236, that's Michael Levitas. Starting in the 17th position, that's the 262 of Joseph Viola. Starting 18th in the 251, Colin Mazzola. Starting in the 19th position, the 020 of Rafael Lopez. Starting in the 20th position, in the 008, that's Cliff Kayer. Starting in the 21st position, in the 103, that's TJ Larson. Starting in the 22nd position, in the number 11, that's John Boyette Jr. Starting in the 23rd position, in the 288, that's Mustafar Ghafarov. Starting in the 24th position, that's the 13th of Lou Urio. Starting in the 25th position, 44 of Gene Audette. Starting in the 26th position, the number 27 of Robert Wisen. Starting in the 27th position, in the number 81, that's Jeffrey Isringhausen Jr. Starting in the 28th position, the 400 of David Dunnigan. Starting in the 29th position and in the 15th row, that's the 25 of Edward Baus. And starting in the 30th position, in the 641 of Stephen DiPaolo. Starting in the 31st position, the number 97 of Richard White. Starting in the 32nd position, the 116 of Jim DeSario. Starting in the 33rd position, the 166 of Gary Stanberry. And starting in the 34th position, the 6 of Wayne DeCote. Starting in the 35th position, the 89 of Jeff Isringhausen. And starting in the 36th position, 573 of John Koster. Starting in the 37th position, the number 74 of Keith Clark. Starting 38, the 62 of Jonathan Draper. Starting in the 39th position, the 636 of Joe Doria. And starting 40th is the 999 of Rick Stafford. Starting 41st is the 234 of Scott Diger. Starting 42nd, the 858 of William Oliver. Starting 43rd is the 212 of Woody Witchard. Starting in the 44th position, the 143, John Bauer. Starting 45th, the 80 of Wayne Duquette. Starting in the 46th, in his very first race here at Watkins Glen, is the 555 of Noam Elau. Starting 47th is the 58 of Glenn Spangler. And starting 48th, who had that incident early on, Josh, that's the schedule to start, the 207 of Joel Johnston. As our cars now start to come up out of turn number 9 and up into turn 10, and Josh, really quickly, they're going to run through that, that oil dry that was out there even for the last group. Looks like they cleaned up some of it, but these guys look like they may have to go through that again for another couple of laps.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, and that could be a great equalizer as we're looking for the green.
Yeah, we're waiting for it. We'll see. It looks like the safety car is off, so we'll be waiting for, it looks like Marco Cerrone and Richard Edge. They're going to be the first two cars. They're going to look to take that green flag, and we're waiting on the starter, and the green flag is out, and we are racing, and what a jump that in the 184 as they head down into turn 1. A really, really good start. It's like Richard Edge was sleeping there, Josh, as they head down into turn 1. And then look at this, we're 2 wide, 3 wide, sometimes even 4 wide going down into turn number 1.
Yeah, but remarkably, they all get clean. And as they go up through the S's right now, so far, so good. What you see, one car getting a little white, looked like might have been the Dunkin' Donuts car there, as they go on to the back straightaway towards the inner loop now.
Hopefully he wasn't trying to make a stop for some coffee and some donuts, because that would not be a good spot to stop.
No, it definitely is not. And I do not think his driver coach would appreciate that.
Yeah, correct.
As we go through the outer loop carousel section here, and the leaders are starting to break away. The 1, 2, 3, and then 4 and 5 are right up underneath each other. As you said, these guys are fast. You see 2 wide now going down through the laces here. One of the most iconic shots here at Watkins Glen.
One car going really, really wide through turn number 6. Josh, and I tell you what, that's really going to slow that down, because you almost have to get on the brakes coming down through there in order to make that turn go through.
Yeah, definitely a loss of momentum, and I think I'm seeing, no, that's only 2 wide at the heel there, mid-pack. But, you know, with these guys, they're big, fast. Of course, their tires are just now getting up to temperature, unless their crews put them out into the sun as we finish the first lap here, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, looked like Marco Cerrone is definitely going to take that early lead here in that GTA 4 class over now through the 014 of Corey Friedman. You know, when I was checking in to registration yesterday, I saw Corey Friedman right in front of me. Didn't get a chance to talk to him as we were both trying to get out and get up back here into the paddock. But again, Corey Friedman has looked really strong all of 2025 in that GT3 Cup car. So again, Corey Friedman in that red number 014 making a move. Don't be surprised if he doesn't touch Marco here within a couple of laps.
As we see the battle once again going down the back straightaway. Looks like someone's going to try and draft as 2 wide pass going into the inner loop there. Brian, can you catch who that might be? Oh, goes a little wide there. But it looks like they got themselves straightened out, that group of 3 white Porsches. I know that's not very specific, but especially this weekend. But
this is a challenge that we have. Greg and I have run into this challenge on multiple races that we've done, is that we start to watch a very good battle that comes into play, and it seems like it's every single white Porsche. This could end up being where this would be Jeff Smith in the 924, Belastenko Jr. In the 120, David Williams as well, along with Rene Robichaud. Now that's going to be the green and the black one just a little bit further back. And then you've got Michael Levitas in that silver 992 Cup car in that GTA 4 machine. So again, a lot of these drivers are going to be nose to tail pretty much the entire event as they come out of turn number 8 and head up into turn number 9. Again, you're going to see a lot of those back and forth.
yeah, and it looks like the lead has, as I say that, they're side by side going down the front straightaway. Let's see who can get ahead of who here.
Well, that looks like, again, that's Freeman. So it looks like Freeman's going to be able to make that pass going down into turn number 1, and then a little bit further back in that black and teal GT3 machine of Bob Mueller along with Richard Edge. So again, really a top 4 battle as they start to head up through up the hill and up through the S's. But again, as a little bit further back, you've got to throw in John Getz, Kevin Roush, Sean McKay, Russell Farhang. All of those drivers have been super tough all year 2025.
Yeah, and that battle pack right ahead of Robichaud there is still getting feisty. Jinking, jiving all over the place. But of course, the problem is if you want to get ahead of somebody, if you keep trying to pass, you know, the guys ahead of your battle will be able to just set sail. And I think that's what 1 and 2 are hoping. As, oh, you see Robichaud, I think that was Robichaud, the black and teal car there, make a nice move down on the inside of the laces, now going into the their toe.
I believe that's actually going to be Bob Mueller in
Okay,
that
Bob Mueller, my
128 machine.
mistake.
I think he is leading that group right there. So yeah, making a little bit,
Pass.
yeah, pretty good pass there.
See how it comes out. It looks like he's pulled away at least 3 car lengths now. See, oh, maybe not so much.
Well, again, Bob Mueller in a different painted scheme car this weekend. So, normally he's in a white and a silver car. That's actually Mueller in the white and the silver in third. It's not really, it's listed as black and teal, but trust me, it is not. Now Marco Sharona is going to fall all the way back to fourth right now here, Josh. So Corey Freeman's starting to open it up a little bit more as these laps start to continue and wind through this race. If we can, I know we have 2 in-car cameras. If we can switch to the 641 of Stephen DiPaolo in that car. There is Stephen DiPaolo right there getting ready to come down into, I believe that is coming out of turn number 11, heading down through the start-finish line here now. Again, Stephen DiPaolo in that 641. He is battling, I believe that is Rick Stafford just in front of him. In that 999. He may have gotten around him earlier, but I'm still showing that would be the blue and the orange car. So that looks kind of blue and white to me, but listed as blue and orange. But a definitely good battle here, and that is in GTC 8. And that is going to be right now in GTC 8. That is going to be a position actually for 8th and 9th in class. So again, Stephen DiPaolo trying to make some moves and move up into the ranks up there in that 641 machine. I do believe we also have an in-car camera as well with Joe Doria in that GTC 3 class. We'll try to see if we can't pick up Joe's in-car camera, and it looks like that may have frozen up on us out there. So, okay, here we go. We're coming back now. So Joe Doria in that 636 machine. So again, Joe Doria having a pretty good battle there, as it does seem to freeze up every now and then as we get down. And again, when you get into the boot here, Josh, it does tend to lose a little bit, but I believe he is battling with Woody Woodchett in that 212 machine along with David Dunnigan 400. Again, not for a battle in class, but a heavy battle on the racetrack.
Oh, certainly. You're going to find that, as we've said before, in the multi-classes, they might be in separate classes, but they each make the same lap time around. It's just how they make the lap, whether it's in the turns or whether it's on the straightaways.
Yeah. So again, pretty good battle right here, coming all the way through turn number 11. And we're starting to see more and more as these drivers are starting to go through and pick up again in this 30-minute race here, where you've got to get everything you can get with the battle in class. And again, we've got some really, really good battles within class going on right now. Some of these are within hundreds of a second of each other within the top several spots of each class.
Looks like somebody went a little wide there, and the S is in one of the silver machines right behind the pink and black, or the pink machine, and the Golf machine looked like at least significant momentum to go up the S's in order to try and make that work as they now go through the inner loop.
Yeah, got to give a shout out here to hatstands.com for bringing us this race here, our red group here, our first race for them this weekend here. Again, with the unfortunate incident we had yesterday, where none of the sprint races were being able to be had. So we're kind of packing it all in here today. These drivers will have this race, and then they will come back for one more later on this afternoon. So we'll get them going here again. So we will see these cars again. One of the battles I wanted to pick up here, and we'll wait to see when they come by here, and they just actually came by just now coming through, and that is a battle in GTC 8. and they're just now heading down into turn number 1. That is actually Joseph Viola in the blue and yellow 262 with the silver 412 of Russell Farhang. That was 0.4 of a second last time. That is for actually second and third. And there they are right there coming into the screen. That is Joseph Viola. And again, Joseph having another good year in that 262 machine. And then Russell Farhang, again, another in that silver 992 Cup car. Well, again, that's GTC 8, and that is for second and third overall, with Colin Mazzola a little bit further back in the white 992 Cup car in the 251. Right there is Mazzola. That's a battle between second and third, as I said, in GTC 8.
It looks like the move is going to try to be made, but no, just showed him the proverbial headlights going into the toe. We'll see if that, but fortunately in the toe, you can actually take multiple lines through here, and it's all about getting back on the power there with the momentum. Let's see if it worked out. I don't think there was a position change there.
No, I think you'll see these guys will probably stay in line as much as they can at the beginning, and then they'll start to move forward again. A lot of GTC 8 cars in this group. 9 cars right now deep. So those guys, some of them will start to run up on some other cars as well. I believe with that Joseph Viola and that Russell Farhang, that's that battle going on with the cars in front of them. That's actually starting to bring Colin Mazzola back into the fray in that battle. Again, sorry, Josh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, seeing great battle going into the S's right now. Looked like someone was going to try and make a move, like a power move on the outside, but it does not look like it succeeded there.
Yeah, again, Viola and Farhang, and again, letting Colin Mazzola move back up in here. I tell you what, the fastest car on the racetrack right now is that 91, is that green and black of Rene Robichaud in that number 91 in that GTA4 machine. So again, Rene really getting the most out of that GT3R Porsche. Switch back here. We'll see if we can't pick up any other races. We're looking at that GTC 7 battle. I'm looking at it through timing and scoring right now. Bella Stanko Jr. And again, Bella just first season in this car, racing in this GTC 7 class this year, and has done quite well. Usually is in the top, top couple overall, but right now leading that GTC 7 class over Dwayne Moses by about 4 seconds. And then a little bit further back, about a 10th second, you got Philip Legea in that number 3 machine. So again, there's battles going on here, and some of them are starting to spread out. But again, this Colin Mazzola starting to regroup in there. Again, that's going to be a battle in that GTC 8.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, Rene Robichaud right now is your overall leader, followed by Friedman and Bob Mueller. The difference between them is just about 2 seconds. So that battle is by no means finished with 16 minutes left in this race.
Yeah, but from a position standpoint, right now we've got Corey Freeman in that 014 is the one leading kind of overall in that GTA 3, and then Bob Mueller, it's about 7.5 seconds. And we've seen this pretty much every track we go to. Those are the guys that are really getting the most out of these cars, and a lot of them are, pro racers in these types of cars. So again, another shout out I want to give to Michael Levitas back out. Haven't seen Michael since last year, September, when he was running at Summit Point. So haven't seen him. I think he was at Road Atlanta maybe, but I haven't really seen him. But shout out to seeing him again. Talked about Bella Stanko. Great job by Bella all weekend long. I have not personally met Bella. I'm going to try to go down there and meet him today, because I think that is one of the most improved racers I've seen throughout the entire season so far that we've covered here.
Yeah, most definitely. Sounds. It sounded like 89 Silver has slightly aggravated a corner worker coming out of the inner loop by blowing the loop and then pulling out in front of somebody.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Well, I think if you do blow the entry, you have to come to a stop before you continue. You cannot go and you cannot exchange
by the corner worker to just keep going.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Something definitely tells me that the stewards will have a look at that.
We know we go back and we look at the, we look at that GTC 8 battle, and I believe we may be seeing that on the screen here momentarily. Russell Farhang has gotten around Joseph Viola with Colin Mazzola still sitting there in fourth, still trying to reel him in. John Getz leading that group by about 30 seconds. So John Getz, another strong run here today in that GTC 8 machine in that 992 Cup car.
And it looks like the 058 has pulled into the pits to the attention of the crew, and it looks like they're working on the front end of it. Yep, the hood's the bonnet's up on that, so that can't be good. But looks like maybe his race is run.
Yeah, looking back at some of the other classes here with about 13 minutes left to go, trying to get these cars. I tell you what, our next group is going to be our DE class. They may be in the classroom. Let me go ahead and make a call to them to start getting them ready if we can during this race. Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. DE drivers, group green, need to start getting ready for your next session. You'll be out on track in about 15 minutes. DE drivers. Tell you what, let's try to see if we can look to find out where that 236, the silver 992 Cup car, Michael Levinas, is a GTA4 machine. And then a little bit further back, we should have the number 3, which is a black, again, 991.2 Philip Legea, and then Dwayne Moses in an orange, kind of like a burnt bright orange. It's kind of in between. If we can look through there and see them, that's a pretty good battle between the 3 machine and the 64 machine of Dwayne Moses. And again, that is actually going to be a battle on the track as well as a battle in class. That's actually going to be for second place in the GTC 7 class. Last time by, Dwayne Moses in that orange car was about 9/10, just under a second, but he was closing that gap based off looking at timing and scoring. That the last time by, he was a little bit slower than Philip in that number 3 machine, in that black one. But we'll see if we can't pick them up, see if whether or not Dwayne's going to be able to pick up some of that room there.
And we're just about 11 minutes left in this race, but still a long way to go, as our overall leader is still Corey Friedman, followed by Bob Mueller, who's behind him by about just over a second, or yes, 1 second.
And Mueller was going through some traffic the last time when I looked out the window here to see where he was. So again, he's going to have to go through some traffic if he wants to try to run down Corey Freeman in that 014 machine. So again, I'm going to look out here and see if I can't find the 3 and the orange of there we go. So there goes the 64 machine. And, again, when you look at timing and scoring, they have it listed as orange. It's actually not orange. It's another white 991. So that's very hard to see. They just went down into turn number 1. Should be coming up under turn number 2. They may be a little bit past this here. Zach, I believe that's a little bit further back again. with the speeds of these, it's a little bit tough, but it is a pure white. I believe that may be it right there in front of that, or maybe even right here. It is kind of hard to tell, so I apologize that. Actually, that may be that right there. So they just came out heading down into turn number 6 to be going down there. That's the black, and if I'm looking at that correctly, I believe Moses may have gotten around Philip Legia in that number 3 in that black machine. We'll have to see whether or not that's able to happen, but I'll try to look and follow through with that. But that was actually a really good battle. The last time they came through my window here and came back by. So, again, that may be opening up for that. So, while we're really right about the halfway point, they're I almost called you Greg.
Oh, no.
That would have been a disaster.
Yes.
Josh, let's go ahead and just kind of give a little bit of a field rundown here, who our top 3 are in each class. Gary Stanberry, GTA 1, that's your leader in the 166 machine. John Getz is leading GTC 8, along with Russell Farhang and Joseph Viola. That's your top 3. Joe Doria, who we looked at earlier on in that in-car camera in GTC 3, leading that in that 636 machine with the 143 of John Bauer in second. In GTA 2, Kevin Roush has a lead over Gene Audette by about a lap. In GTC 4, again, his very first race, as I mentioned at the start in that 555, Noam Elu, he's leading in that group. In GTC 7, Belastenko over Dwayne Moses now, as I mentioned, got around Philip Legia in that number 3 machine with Cliff Kayer a little bit further back. In GTA 4, Rene Robichaux in that number 91, leading Richard Edge in the 181 over Marco Chiron in the 184. David Williams in 4th. In GTC 6, Jeff Smith in that 924. Had an opportunity to go sit in Jeff's car down at Sebring and never got a chance to take it. Maybe I'll do that here later today. He leads GTC 6 over the 103 of TJ Larson, and then Edward Baus in that 25 machine is sitting in 3rd with David Ducat in the number 6 machine in 4th. In GTA 3, as we talked about, Corey Freeman leading Bob Mueller. Now, we're going to try to pick that battle up eventually when we come back here, because that is closed down to 0.7 of a second, and I have a feeling that's because of traffic. And they're just now going down into turn 1. Just now, Corey Freeman, your overall leader, and Bob Mueller, 0.8 of a second there, leading the 11 of John Boyett Jr. by over a lap, and then Leslie Sherman, the 172, is leading your GT1 class. So if we can, let's take a look. There goes Corey Freeman right there, and then Bob Mueller. They've gotten past one of the lap cars there. Mueller looks like that is going to have it. Actually, that is Rene Robichaux. So that is actually 1st, 2nd, and 3rd within 0.4 of each other right there, getting into the bus stop. Your second car, 1st, 2nd, 3rd cars right there and as they go through there.
Robichaux has made the pass there, coming into the inner loop.
So there goes Freeman. There goes, yeah, and it looks like Robichaux make that pass over Bob Mueller. So Bob Mueller looks like maybe running out of some tires there, Josh, as we get to the winding down here with just about 6.5 minutes left to go in this race.
Well, Robichaux definitely looks like they're on a tear right now, because it looked like they were attempting to possibly make a move going into the toe. We'll see as it comes into camera shot here.
And again, they're going to start to come up out of some lap traffic here when they come up out of turn 8 up into turn 9. So we'll see whether or not and how the best way Corey Freeman is going to be able to negotiate that, because that's going to stack them up a little bit.
I'm sure Robichaux is going, yay, I can get him easier. Meanwhile, Freeman's going like, no!
Well, Robichaux had to go a little wide there with that car that was there. And what that's allowing is that's allowing Bob Mueller to come back into the fray here as they come by the start-finish line and head down. They're trying to make that pass. Again, they may go too wide in here. There you see it. There's Corey Freeman in that yellow and black and white machine there on the driver's right, going through some of the lap traffic. There goes Rene Robichaux in that black and green, and then here comes Bob Mueller up. That's your 4th car in line right there. And again, this is not a battle. Corey Freeman is in that GTA 3 class, and then you've got Robichaux in the GTA 4 back. Bob Mueller is also in GTA 3, so not only is Freeman's just trying to hold off Mueller, not really worried too much about Rene Robichaux in terms of that, but, you know, Josh, as you put the helmet on, you know how that is.
Yeah.
You want to win and win, you know, all the way over.
I'm definitely looking like took a little dive there at the toe to run a little bit more momentum. We'll see how that comes out at the heel. Coming into our screens any moment now. I think that's them right there. Still Robichaux showing the proverbial headlights. But getting closer every second here.
And I'm getting word that the 251 of Colin Mazzola has gone down pit lane. I don't know if he continued through, but he was on pit lane when he drove by. So, again, that early battle with GCC 8 with Colin Mazzola has now gone by the wayside again. But if we watch our two overall leaders now heading down into turn 1 with Corey Freeman, Rene Robichaux, and then Bob Mueller. Again, that's for the overall lead and a couple in between different classes. What I'd like to do as well, while we watch them go through, I want to pick up the 64 again of Dwayne Moses and Joseph Viola. That is a battle on the racetrack. They're within 7/10. That's actually going to be the white 64 and then the blue and the yellow 262 of Joseph Viola. We'll try to pick up where they are. We'll stay with that battle on the camera, but I'll pick them up as they come by the start-finish line and see where that was. Last time by, they were starting to go through there. Yep, there they are right there. There is Viola, and there is Dwayne Moses. So Viola now got back around Dwayne Moses. So now throw Viola back up into 12th, and Dwayne Moses back into 13th overall. Again, GTC 8 versus GTC 7. But Joseph Viola has been kind of in a battle the entire race here between different classes and different groups with just right around 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, and also it looks like we're going to get the last lap this time by for our leaders.
So the next time Corey Freeman comes by, he should be getting that one to go. As we like to say, should be getting that finger. I've heard that call a couple times before, and it becomes kind of interesting when you hear that over the radio. So yeah, most definitely Corey Freeman is going to be getting that one to go the next time by. And here they come right now. They're going by the start-finish line, and as they head down into turn 1, going to be working this last lap here. And I tell you what, Robichaux's really going to try to make that pass. But they're, again, going to come up on some lap traffic here momentarily.
Yeah, the battle, that time, the difference was 0.176. So now is the time for Robichaux to see if he can outbreak Corey Freeman there. And looks like Freeman has pulled out a car length now as we pick him up coming out of the carousel. Again, going into the laces section, that outer loop. Here we go with the laces. He's close, but not close enough through there. See how he takes the toe with, of course, lap traffic is right there. Lap car sees him, lets them by. But we will see. Don't think Robichaux has made a move yet. As I say that, he may have just made the move. I couldn't quite tell here on our screen. Next camera will tell us who's there. I think Robichaux managed to get around him. I'm not entirely sure there.
Yeah, actually does not look like he was able to do that. So it does look like Corey Freeman as they're getting ready to come out through turn 11. There goes Corey Freeman there. Robichon got tucked in behind some of the lap traffic, going through. Here comes our overall leader. There is Corey Freeman along with Rene Robichon again. That's going to be there. Bob Mueller going to pick up third overall. In second in GTA 3. Richard Edge is going to end up finishing in second in GTA 4, fourth overall. And we'll give you a little bit of a rundown as the rest of these cars come by the start-finish line here in pickup, because we still have a bunch of cars out there right now here, Josh, that are really trying to get that last final lap. Here's a group of 7 or 8 cars right there. Again, a lot of those are battles in different classes, not actually, a battle in class, but a battle on the racetrack here. So, again, as those cars start to, we start to wind down through there, we'll pick some of those up. But again, Corey Freeman in that GT3 Cup car picking up the overall win here, and a little bit further back, when our GTC7 class, Belastenko picking up the win right there. So we'll give you the full field rundown here as some of the rest of these cars finish their last and final lap that they have. Again, this is just race number 1. They're going to come back here later this afternoon and pick up race number 2. That'll be the last race we have of the day in this red group. So, again, last couple of cars, a little side-by-side action there as they start to go down. I believe that was the 27 machine. That was Robert Wisen along with Jeffrey Isringhausen Jr. in that number 81 machine going side-by-side down by the start-finish line. So we'll pick up them. But let's go ahead, Josh, if we can. We'll go ahead and give you the rundown by class and where your favorite driver has finished in this race number 1 within our red group. In GTA 1, looks like Gary Stanberry is going to pick up that win there in that 166 machine. In GTC 8, we saw a lot of battles going on here with this, and that is the 57 John Getz is going to pick up that win over the 412 of Russell Farhang, and then Joseph Viola in that 262 machine is going to finish third with Richard White, Scott Diger, Jeff Isringhausen going to round out your top 6. In GTC 3, John Bauer is going to pick up that win in the 143. Joe Doria is going to end up falling second. Joe Doria led that entire race pretty much until the last lap and a half there, Josh. So John Bauer picking up the win in GTC 3. In GTA 2, Kevin Roush in that 960 machine is going to pick up the win over the 44 of Gene Audette. In GTC 4, the 555 of Noam Ilafiu is going to pick up the win. Again, the only car in that class. In GTC 7, Belastenko Jr. in that 120 machine picking up the win over Dwayne Moses by 22 seconds. Philip Leja in that number 3 is going to finish third with Cliff Kyer. And then Rafael Lopez is going to finish in your top 5 in GTC 7. In GTA 4, Rene Robichon in that 91 is going to pick up the win over Richard Edge. And then Marco Chiron, who was your pole sitter early on for overall in this entire race, is going to finish third in GTA 4 with David Williams in the 237 finishing fourth. Michael Levitas in that 236 is going to round out your top 5 in that group. In GTC 6, Jeff Smith in that 924 is going to pick up the win in that 991 Cup car over David Duquette in the number 6, and then Edward Baus is going to finish in third, the last podium spot. In GTA 3, in the 014, Corey Friedman, he's going to pick up the win overall and in GTA 3 over Bob Mueller in the 128 and John Boyette Jr. in the number 11. And in GT1, Leslie Shern in that 172 machine is going to pick up the win there, and that is your only driver. Whew, that's a lot.
Yeah.
All right, so what we're going to do is I believe we are going to go to our regular DE session. That is not going to be covered, so we will be back here at 2:05 p.m. To pick up the next round of the races, and that will be the blue group. That will start over just as we did this morning. So we will be back on air at 2:05, and we'll open up for our second sprint races of the day for this 2025 Porsche Clash at the Glen. We hope you come back, and we hope you watch with it. We'll be right back in about 25 minutes.
Partners of Club Racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. This week-long extravaganza from July 6th to the 12th is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the autocross, to the scenic driving tours, to the tech sessions, to the banquets, to the social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Set in Oklahoma City this year, a central location in the United States right along historic Route 66, join us for an unforgettable celebration of everything Porsche. Whether you're polishing your car for the concourse, taking on the autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
The United States Roofing Company is the primary source for all roofing needs. They have unparalleled experience installing, maintaining, inspecting, and repairing every type of roofing and waterproofing system. They work on buildings of any size and any height, from small local roof projects to some of the largest roofing projects in the Mid-Atlantic region, including the Pennsylvania Convention Center and the Jacob K. Javits Convention Center in New York City. Every type of roof and project is within their capabilities. They offer world-class design and consulting services for all types of roof projects, including solar and green roofs. USRC is known for completing projects on time, within budget, and to the complete satisfaction of our customers. Learn more at usroofing.com.
Kelly Moss is your destination for all things Porsche: championship racing, driver development and training programs, custom builds, and lifestyle offerings. If your passion is Porsche, visit kellymoss.com.
All right, welcome back everyone to the 2025 Porsche Clash at the Glen. I'm Brian Donati along with Josh Ashby. And Josh, we've seen some really good racing action, as well as we saw some great qualifying earlier this morning as well. So we're getting ready for round number 2 today for these races, for these different groups. So it's going to be go time for the afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. And now that all the groups have cycled through, everybody hopefully has gotten some data to possibly make some changes for race 2, or, okay, this is who I'm racing. Here's what I need to do.
Yeah, and again, where some of them, and again, this group here, when they went out for qualifying, we mentioned this earlier on when we came back, very damp track, wet track this morning, basically. When they came out for their very first race, the sun was just starting to peek out. It was still a little cloudy. Now it's pretty warm outside, right? I mean, we're talking, from a temperature, it has completely changed what they've gone through. I mean, we're 72 degrees out there. Feels like it's a little bit warmer than that, probably close to, 80 degrees. That does do a lot, and that changes a lot from the dynamics of the tire wear, the tire degradation they may see out here in some of these groups. Some of these drivers may even gone and put brand new slicks on for the first time for this race here. Again, this group was supposed to, all the groups were supposed to get, 3 races for the weekend. Plus, we'll talk about it a little bit later on for our enduros for tomorrow, and most of these drivers are going to be participating in that as well. But this would be a perfect opportunity to go and put brand new slicks on. If you have them, brand new tires, get yourself some 4 fresh, tires, and get the most out of what you can for this blue group that's getting ready to come out here momentarily and get started.
Yeah, the track should be, now that it's had some sunlight, and as I said before, all the groups that have run now, it should be perfectly grippy. Not too hot, not too cold. So we're going to see some good races. And of course, Spec Boxer is going to be one of those really good races, considering how
Absolutely. 24 cars deep. It's one of the largest I've seen Spec Boxster this year. So tell you what, while we're doing that, while we're waiting for our cars to get ready to come out off of the grid down on, we've got our safety car that's just positioned themselves right at the start-finish line to pick up our field. Tell you what, let me go ahead and give you the starting lineup here. We're going to run through and do do the top 30. We are going to have a split start here, so we're going to move some things around a little bit so that we don't get it all jumbled up. So let's go ahead and give it a start. So starting on the pole in the number 50 in that 991 Cup car is going to be the Donald Anger. Starting in second in that 087 machine, that's going to be Michael Gershon. Starting inside row 2 and in the third position, that's the 07 of Will Waldron. Starting in the fourth position, the number 2 of John Patton. Starting in the fifth position, inside row 3, that's the 320 of Greg Rochick. Starting in the sixth position in that 968, that's Gary Stanberry. Starting in the seventh position in that 201, another 991 Cup car, that's Lee Lasberg. Starting eighth position is the 144 of Dennis Hiffman. Starting in the ninth position, the 23 of Eugene Boshin. Starting 10th in the number 83, that's Richard Bennett. Starting in 11th, inside row number 6, and one of our in-car cameras here for this group that we're going to take a look at here as the race gets unfolding here, Josh, that's the 229 of Alex Farragut. Starting in the 12th position in the number 75, that's Ken Agnon. Starting in the 13th position, we saw her in-car camera earlier in a great run by the 992, and that's Mary Schindler. Starting in the 14th position, the number 54 of Jordan Simon. Starting in the 15th position, and this driver had a little bit of problems earlier on in our race this morning, Josh, and that's the 78 of Gene Raimondi. Had some rear damage on the car. I do believe they got that fixed. I saw it pulling out of the garage as we were getting ready to come back on air. Starting in the 16th position, the 313 of Frank Osborne. Starting 17th, inside row 9, that's the 921 of Doug Crossman. Starting in the 18th position, the number 33 of Bart Welty. Starting in the 19th position, the 08 of Nate DeSantos. Starting in the 20th position in that number 99, that is Stu Jenkins. Starting in the 21st position is the 72 of David Mann. Starting 22nd in that 521, that's Joe Dillon. Starting in the 23rd position, the 627 of Luke Pelpetier. Starting in the 24th position in that 626, that's Luke Richard. Starting in the 25th position in the 514, that's Ian Bryant. Starting in the 26th position in the number 26, that is William Johnson. Starting 27th in the 525, that's Damon DeCastro. Starting in the 28th position, the number 48 of Richard Glickel. Starting in the 29th position, the 54 of Job Salvador. Starting in the 30th position, the 353, and we saw this car, Josh, have problems earlier on in that turn 9 incident, that's Christopher Fay. Starting in the 31st position, the 623 of Dennis DeRoche. Starting in the 32nd position, the number 73 of Michael Stenko. Starting 33rd in the number 18, that's Robert Linder. And scheduled to start 34th is the 69 of Patrick Purnett. Let's go back to our split start. Starting, and this is where we're going to pick up our spec boxer. Starting 39th overall is going to be the 029 of Robbie Wilson. Starting 40th is the 05 of Noah Mazzola. Starting 41st is the 611 of Hunt McMahon. Starting 42nd, the 16 of Lawson Wilder. Starting 43rd, the 03 of Point Amadon. Starting 44th is the 79 of Alex Al. Starting 45th is the 441 of Sean O'Brien. Starting 46th is the 409 of Kevin Aberrant. Starting 47th is the 291 of Ryan Farragut. Starting 48th is the 771 of Daniel Rubel. Starting 49th is the 145 of Sam Halabi. Starting 50th is the 165 of Tamer Elbaga. Starting 51st is the 152 of Tom Cardisi. Starting 57 is the 221 of Kevin Hansel. Starting 53rd, the 154 of Bill Thomas. Starting 54 is the 311 of Michael Holmes. Peter Kaufman will start 55th in that 671, along with Stephen Ryan in that 121, scheduled to start 56th. 57th is going to be Jared Roadhaver in that 0 car. Aaron Ambrosio is going to be in the 8th machine. He's going to start 58th. And 59th is going to be Daniel Judge in that 707, with John Bidler in the 410, starting 60th. 61st, Jeffrey Mueller in that 124. Tim Nagy's going to start 63rd in the 42, and Sadir Kalara is going to start in that 62nd position in 216. As our drivers now coming up underneath the bridge, getting ready. We'll be waiting for the green flag here to get started. There's the green flag again. Donald Anger with a great jump over the 087 of Michael Gershon as they head down into turn 1. It looks like Anger's going to be sitting there, but we've got 3, 4, almost 5 wide, Josh, trying to get down into turn 1.
Always an exciting start here at Watkins Glen where you can do that. And miraculously, it looks like everybody has made it through turn number 1 in the first group as they are now single file. And it still looks like Anger is leading going into the inner loop. Yeah, and Gershon right behind him, but the battle, of course, is 3rd and 4th of Waldron and Patton, as I'm now seeing the second group coming down through turn number 11 right now. Brian?
Yeah, a little bit further back than I think that they anticipated they were going to be as they're coming down through there. We'll get back to our lead pack here momentarily, but this is going to be our spec boxer and a little bit further back in these groups. But again, this is going to be our SP1s, SP boxers as we get the green flag now is waving in the air. And again, that is going to be the 029 there. Robbie Wilson, Noah Mazzola, and then Hunt McMahon. They're going to head down into turn 1, and it does look like Mazzola is going to be the odd man out. He's going to drop to the inside, not going to be able to make that stick. Lawson Wilder in that 16, and Alex Au is going to try to stick their nose in there in that spec boxer to try to come up out of turn number 1 up into turn 2. Again, Robbie Wilson with a great start in that 029.
Looked like for a moment there, it looked like we were going to go 3 wide in the S's at the back of the spec boxer group. Looks like everybody got themselves straightened out though, but that did cost some momentum of at least 2 cars. Because when you get wide in the S's, it's not exactly a friendly spot to be in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's definitely not a spot you want to be as they start to head up through the bus stop and down through turn number 6, down into the toe there. Again, Robbie Wilson leading that group right now as our overall leaders now come back by the start-finish line. Donald Anger in that number 50 machine is leading Gershon in that 087 right now. Again, Donald Anger in that 911 Cup class, and then Michael Gershon is in second. Got a little bit of a gap there, about another second, just about a second back to Lee Lasberg in that 201 machine. Again, that's for third overall, and then second in that 911 Cup car. Greg Rojic in that 320 machine, and then Will Waldron, that's going to be your top 5 overall. That's a battle for SP3 between Rojic and Waldron there, Joshua. We got to keep an eye on that. Those two drivers were split out pretty much by a great deal earlier this morning in that race. I think now that when we've got some really good times this morning, because not only did they qualify, but they had a fast lap in the race, that kind of moved them up a little bit further.
Yeah, most definitely. As looks like saw a great battle for the lead there coming into the laces. Still Anger with Gershon right all over the back of him there. I'll bet he tries to make a move, maybe going into the toe. No, doesn't look like he's going to try it this time by. We'll see at the heel there what they decide to do. But as you were saying, they're great battles throughout this pack.
Yeah, that's a battle not in class. That's just a battle overall. I mean, Donald Anger's got a, if it came down to it and he got a lot of pressure from Michael Gershon, he would let Michael Gershon go because he's got to sit there and try to hold off, so that Lee Lasberg doesn't get the momentum while trying to battle there. Again, this is for the 911 Cup. He's got about a second lead over Lee Lasberg in the 201, and then another second and a half to Eugene Basha in that 23, and then you got to go another 2 seconds back to Alex Farragut in that green 911 Cup car. We're going to pick up Alex here in a little bit, but I want to pick up and talk about that Spec Boxster battle as they went down the last time by across the start-finish line. Robbie Wilson holding off Norm Mazzola. He's opened that up by about 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, we're still seeing great battles here. Sounds like somebody is pulled off down by 8, just off in the grass. Safe where he sits right now. As I thought we saw Alex Farragut coming through a screen there for a brief second, and indeed, as we can see now at station 8, they have a car that's decided, I'd rather be scenery today.
And that's actually not a very good spot, Josh, because you've got on the exit there, and again, our spec box is now coming through turn 8 now, and then a whole host of them, where you see the waving yellow right there, or the standing yellow at this point. That car, again, on exit, is not in a very good safe position if they're going to leave that car there, or if that car can get restarted again.
And the corner worker there is definitely saying that is not a parking zone.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling we might be seeing that our favorite color, yellow.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a favorite color. Definitely not a favorite color of some of these other drivers. And, again, unless that car can get moved, that's going to be tough. Here comes our Spec Boxster now coming by the start-finish line, headed down into turn 1. Again, Robbie Wilson leading Noah Mazzola, Hunt McMahon, Lawson Wilder in 4th, and then Alex Au in that 79. That's your top 5. And Josh, we are going to go to a full course caution here right now. So, again, this track, this group, I should say, is just snake bit by having this type of racing where you get 1 or 2 laps and then we go back to a full course caution. I don't think this will be on this full course caution will be very long. I think they'll be able to move that car relatively quickly.
Yeah, it sounds like he actually got moving again and then decided to park in Delta. But you know what? Going back to our overall battle, Enninger in the 911 Cup, followed by Gershon. Well, now Lee Lasberg has a chance to tighten right back up, and who knows, he might try and make a move on Gershon, and who knows, even get to Anger.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't know if the safety car picked everybody up. I see them starting to slow down there a little bit further back. So it does look like the safety car did get out in front of Donald Anger and Gershon. So again, as that car started to move, again, they'll pick that car up. I'd venture to say that they will bring this around, and then we will go right back to racing. I don't think it'll be. So again, this is where the second half of our group, the Spec Boxster group, they're going to have to get through everything and try to get picked up, because they're actually still coming down through out of turn number 9 now and heading up into turn number 10. So a long way to go to catch this field. It could be that they are on the end. There goes Robbie Wilson now. But you're right. Again, what that does now is that brings Lee Lasberg in the 911 Cup. It also brings, other drivers there in between, right up on the back bumper of some of these different classes. Greg Rochick in the number 320 for SP3 along with Will Waldron. That brings them nose to tail, as I believe that gap was about 2.5 seconds.
And it sounds like we're going to be going green this time by, as the debris was self-cleaning there. So this is going to be an interesting restart, wouldn't you say, Brian?
Well, I think the interesting part of it is we still got some of our back half of our Spec Boxer just now going down into turn 1, where we have our field and our safety car, I believe, up there getting ready to go down into the boot, or maybe coming up towards the middle of the boot. Yeah, so they're going down into the laces, going down into the boot. What's going to end up happening is as that happens, these drivers are going to be coming up in force, in speed, catching up. And so what's going to end up happening is you're going to have certain drivers aren't going to be able to see it, because by the time the green flag comes out, a lot of these drivers are still going to be back in turn 8 and turn 9. They're not actually going to see the waving, and they're going to get a call. They're going to see that everybody drops their flag, and they're going to be racing, and some people are going to miss them.
Yeah, and then, traffic again with the overall leaders, because it might not take them too long to get back up to the back of the pack, which is the Spec Boxers, as we see the field, the overall leader and pace car coming up out of the boot now. And there we go.
Yeah, we should be seeing the lights go out. Again, Donald Anger will be leading this whole field. But again, as I talked about, Josh, half this group, again, when we get back a little bit further back, they're not going to see it. So you got to have to figure out when to go, when not to go. That's going to be up to that driver to be able to look at those flag stations and understand, as our safety car looks like they're picking up speed. So it looks like they're going to come in. So with just under 19.5 minutes left to go, we should be seeing Donald Anger, and the green flag is out. Donald Anger over Michael Gershon. Anger got a great start. That car that did not get a good start, actually there's several of them up there up front. Greg Rochick, Will Waldron, Eugene Basha, Ken Agnar just didn't go when they thought. And what that's allowed to do, along with Alex Farragut, what that's allowed to do is let Doug Crossman in that 921, in that gray one, get by Alex Farragut for position on the racetrack. Now she's under heavy fire from Gary Stanberry in that 968 machine.
Yeah, and keep your eye. She is in that 911 that is green and black, and she has company all over her back door there. That's that Gulf livery number 968, I think.
Yeah.
There, and they are definitely battling hard going into the inner loop, side by side. Alex manages to hold him off that time. Let's see if she can handle him going through the outer loop now. We'll see when okay, going through the carousel. She is still ahead and has actually gained some ground on that battle. So now she just needs to set sail for the car right in front of her, which is the Give me a second here. It would be Jordan Simon in the Class G Boxer S. So we see, coming through the screen right now appears to be, yes, that's our overall leaders there. And Enginger has definitely gone off like a shot after you were saying, Brian. But then again, Gershon as well has gotten a good restart and has managed to put at least 2 car lengths between him and the Lee Lasberg machine.
Yeah, and it looks like the in-car camera that we were going to go to with Alex Farragut, it looks like that has dropped the signal, so we don't have that in-car camera, because that would have been a great battle to watch on that restart, along with, that she had, and then the battle with Gary Stanberry as that continues on. As our leaders now completing lap 5, Donald Anger in that 911 Cup car, leading overall over Michael Gershon, and Josh, this is where they're starting to get a little bit faster. Lee Lasberg is about 1.2 seconds back from Donald Anger, so he is starting to make some move. That lap there was a little bit further back than I think Lee wanted to, but I think Lee had to really work on holding off Greg Rochick in that 320 again for the battle on the class. We go a little bit further back and we talk about this. I'm going to try to pick it up. We'll stay on here with Eugene Basha kind of holding off Ken Agnall in the rest of that group there. With Jordan Simon in the 54, Ken Agnall in the 75, Eugene Basha in the Pink Pig. That is a very famous livery right there with the Pink Pig, holding off that group. And then a little bit further back, you've got John Patton in that number 2, in that 921 of Doug Crossman as well. But when we look back here at the Spec Boxers, I was looking at Robbie Wilson again. Robbie's starting to really open that gap up in that class over Hunt McMahon now. Lawson Wilder moving up into the top 3. Sean O'Brien moving up to 4th. The driver that fell off a little bit, I think that was because of the restart. Again, that was product of what I talked about, not being able to know when the green flag was coming out, and some others did, is Noah Mazzola, who dropped all the way back to 5th, who was up in that 2nd position in Spec Boxer.
Yeah, we're seeing the Eugene Basha battle there with the Pink Pig, with the number 5 Rothman's livery 968, I believe, right behind him, getting closer every turn, it appears. And then you have a Spec, what looks like a Boxer and another classic 911 behind that. So that after Basha, so that would be the SP3 yellow 968. So right there at the tail end of the shot there. And then there's Alex Farragut once again holding off. Well, not anymore. Looks like she has been passed by Gary Stanberry there in the 968 as going down the front straightaway.
Yeah, that car there trying to go and drop off a little bit here as the race goes on in order for it. So, again, that car starting to drop off a little bit for her. I think that they may have some type of a little bit of an issue, because that car definitely has a little bit of speed into it in order for that to happen. So, tell you what, if we can, Zach, so I know we're looking at it again, like to thank USRC for presenting this race right here. I want to drop a little bit further back in our Spec Boxer, and I think most of them are probably coming through turns 1 and 2 or right up through the S's, right in through here. I want to try to pick up the white number 16 with the Red Bull livery of Lawson Wilder in the number 16, and then the 5 of Noah Mazzola. Last time by, that was within a tenth of each other. And then a little bit further back, you had the green or the black 441 of Sean O'Brien. I believe they're mixed in here in this shot there. But Lawson Wilder went 2:15.708, and then Noah Mazzola went almost a full second and a half faster than Noah, or than Lawson Wilder last time by. And we've got the 707 here that has definitely come up. Yeah, there they are right there, heading down through there. So we'll pick them up, and we've got the 707 of Daniel Judge on pit lane here. Got some rear bumper damage, so got a lot of aji-baji going on down in there with this Spec Boxer class. As Donald Anger now leading that 911 Cup battle goes by the start-finish line down into turn number 1. Let's stay on with this Lawson Wilder deal because I think that's starting to get a little bit more contentious in between there because they are really starting to battle through this whole entire set line of traffic right here. They're involved in it. We got one car going to go really far, driver right around the outside, almost taking that position. That was almost a 3-for-1 pass right there, and that may have been Noah Mazzola. We'll have to see when they come up through here, and indeed it was Noah Mazzola making the move, taking it all the way up around into, to take that all the way up into second place again. And the driver that's kind of fallen down a little bit, I'm not sure if he went off. Did I miss him on the camera, or do we have some type of an issue there? But it looks like Lawson Wilder, who was up in the second and third position in Spec Boxer, has now dropped all the way back to 11th in Spec Boxer. So, again, not sure where Lawson Wilder went and how that happened, but what a fantastic move from Noah Mazzola to really go down from being in 5th and 6th place there, Josh, all the way up into 2nd overall in Spec Boxer.
Yeah, and that battle is not done yet, and it's a 3-car train, but the gray with the green highlights there, taking another look in the carousel. Let's see if actually managed to get past. It does not look so. As they come now through the laces, looks like the blue and other blue got a little wide there in the laces, costing him just a little bit of momentum there. And it looks like we have a 968 off into the other gravel trap.
Yeah, again, another spot. It looks like he's going to try to be able to move. I think with as much rain as we had in that last day or two, he should be able to drive straight or back completely out of it. It looks like he's trying to go back out of it, but then again, with all of the rain that we had, that may just sink, and if that does, that's going to be difficult. We're not going to be able to leave him there.
Yeah, and it sounds like he has a flat tire as well, so that's going to severely impede his momentum.
Yeah.
And it's one of the drive wheels, too, so of course.
Tell you what, we've got about 10 minutes left to go in this race. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call, yellow group. First call, yellow group to the grid for your sprint race number 2. First call to the grid for yellow group for your sprint race number 2. So again, still got that 968 there. And again, I'm looking through timing and scoring, and I'm not seeing, and I'm wondering if he may have some type of a transponder issue, through here with the 78 machine in the blue. Yeah, that is, I believe that is Gene Raimondi in there. We'll have to see where he is showing up in here. I know he's an ME1. He's not actually in the Spec Boxer, so there he is. So he's kind of mixing right in there with the Spec Boxer kind of field between Hunt McMahon and Sean O'Brien in there, and he's trying to hold off. Yeah, so there is Gene Raimondi. You've got O'Brien, I believe, is right behind him. And then you've got Christopher Fay in that 353 machine. So Raimondi trying to hold off the 353 machine in the ME1 class, there. And then you've got Alex Au in that 79 machine coming back up through there as well. So again, a lot of different battles amongst the classes, and you're trying to you're not trying to impede another group, but you're trying to hold off your competitor who's actually coming through that entire group.
Yeah, and that's part of worrying the traffic, and it looks like that the 968, well, he's just turned into scenery now.
Yeah, and having that flat tire, maybe they think it is safe enough to leave him there for the remainder of this, because it does look like he is back off a little bit. That's still a tough spot to be sitting there as he's looking out that driver's side window, watching the cars come by you and come right out there.
Yeah, indeed. So you see, once again, that battle with O'Brien and Ramundi coming up. Look, am I seeing 4 wide? No, 3 wide. Or no, that was a slower 944 there, making things look a little tighter than they were. But that has certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons there, as Ramundi is being swallowed up right now. Going down into turn 1, it loses maybe 1, looks like maybe 2 positions in that blue and blue boxer there.
Well, I tell you what, while he is being swallowed up by some of those other drivers in those different classes, he is really trying to hold on to Christopher Fay for that win in that ME1, because there's 0.3 of a second, and he was part of that gaggle right there. So there's Ramondi, the blue car. The lighter gray car is that 353 machine coming up through there. He just now got through some of those other spec boxers. So there you see. So you see the blue car getting ready to come out now. That's Gene Ramondi. The next car behind him, I believe, is the Christopher Fay in that 353. So again, that is something that's going to have to work itself out as they go through. As we go back and we look at our overall leaders here coming through, Donald Anger, and then we are getting the checkered flag, and I think we're getting the checkered flag just due to the fact that that car is over there in that gravel. They need to get it out. Didn't think there was going to be enough time. So pretty quick checkered flag there that I didn't think that we were going to see. So
it actually was not for the 968, not the number, but the type of car.
Correct.
Somebody at 9 sounds like they just glanced off Champion's Wall there and put the belt down.
Ah, okay. So again, we'll let some of these cars come by there. There goes the 029 machine. That is going to be Robbie Wilson. He is definitely going to pick up the win in our spec boxer. We're waiting for Noah Mazzola and that group to come by. I think we're going to see a pretty good battle here a little bit further back in that battle. Hunt McMahon, Sean O'Brien trying to reel in. There they go there. There goes Hunt McMahon and Sean O'Brien. So that's going to be 3rd and 4th in spec boxer. So I tell you what, Josh, why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead and let's take a look at our final rundown here for all of the cars in their groups with their classes. So in GT5, it looks like Richard Glickle is going to pick up the win there in that number 48 machine. In SP3, Greg Rochick in that 320 machine is going to hold off Ken Agnall and the number 2 of John Patton. Gary Stanberry is going to finish 4th overall in SP3 as they're coming across. They've already crossed the line. When we look back at SP1, Jay Salvador in that 55 machine going to pick up the win there. In F class, the number 83 of Richard Bennett is going to pick up the win over the 99 of Stu Jenkins, and then the 73 of Michael Stenko. In spec Boxster, again, another large field. A lot of these guys just now finishing up. The 029 of Robbie Wilson is going to pick up the win there. Noah Mazzola is going to finish 2nd. Good battle for 3rd for that last podium spot between the 611 of Hunt McMahon and the 441 of Sean O'Brien. Daniel Rubel is going to finish 5th in that spec Boxster class. Again, 25 cars deep now, Joshua, that came out. In ME1, Gene Ramondi is going to hold off Christopher Fay in that 78 machine over that 353. Frank Osborne is going to finish 3rd in the 313. In the 911 Cup, Donald Anger is going to pick up the win there with Lee Lasberg finishing 2nd in that 201. Eugene Basha is going to finish 3rd in that 23. Alex Farragut 4th. He's going to round out your top 4 there. In SP2, Luke Pelpadier. We didn't really talk about SP2 that much, and it was kind of a little bit back where it ended up being closer than it really was. It was 9/100ths of a second over Joe Dillon and then a little bit further back, 12 seconds back to the 72 of David Mann. That's going to round out your podium there. In G class, the 087, Michael Gershon's going to pick up the win over 9 seconds over Doug Crossman in that 921, with Jordan Simon in the 54 picking up third, with Mary Schindler finishing fourth in that 992. So again, before we take a break, let me make one last call to the grid here. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Last call, yellow group. Last call, yellow group, to the grid, please, for your sprint race number 2. Last call for the yellow group for your sprint race number 2. All right, Josh, tell you what, let's go ahead while they're picking up some of these cars and taking a look at some of this Armco again. Let's go ahead and take a break. Thanks to some of our partners and sponsors, and we'll be right back. You're watching the 2025 Porsche Clash at the Glen.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club Races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. Come join racers, sponsors, spectators, and volunteers at this year's Rock the Summit, September 12th through 14th. Rock the Summit is the club race for PCA Potomac's Founders Region, and at 34 years, it's the longest running PCA race in the nation. Beyond the high energy racing, join us for live music, a barbecue dinner, roaming beer carts during happy hours, and some other treats as well. Our 100 plus highly committed volunteers are ready to make the race weekend the best you'll ever experience, whether you're a racer, spectator, or sponsor. See you at Rock the Summit 2025.
Mantis Tuning is your partner in ECU and gearbox calibrations. Exploit the full potential of your race car with a custom calibration tailored to the modifications you've made to the car. Other services include cloning a spare ECU, repairing and recovering data from a damaged ECU or TCU, and deleting those annoying check engine lights for missing components. Engine swaps, secondary air deletes, rev limiters, larger throttle bodies, and off-road catalytic deletes are not a problem. Speak to our team at a race near you or email info@mantisautosport.com.
Upper Canada region is proud to host the 28th annual Can-Am Challenge Club Race at historic Mosport Raceway in Bowmanville, Ontario, Canada, Thursday, June 26th through 29th. Described by Juan Pablo Montoya as one of the most challenging tracks in the world with its elevation changes and blind corners, it's the fastest track IMSA races on. Another racer described the speed and elevation changes like landing on an aircraft carrier, the perfect high-speed track for any car. Get in gear and set a reminder in clubregistration.net. Registration opens May 12th. Our team is here to answer any of your questions, from border crossing to the best accommodations, to help you plan your trip to our amazing track. Reach out to club-race@pcaucr.org.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 Porsche Clash at the Glen. I am Brian Donati along with Josh Ashbury. And Josh, I'll tell you what, we're getting into this second group of this yellow group, and this is the group that we saw a lot of problems with Connor Hare at the beginning, and then Mark Calzaretta was able to pick up that overall win. We'll see whether or not Connor's got that card taken care of. But I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and give the rundown here of the starting field. Starting on the pole is that number 82 of Connor Hare. Starting in the second position is the 17 is Mark Calzaretta. Starting third is the 53 of Remy Faird. Starting fourth is the 751 of Chris Dooley. Starting in fifth is the 52 of David Peterman. And starting in the sixth position outside row 3 is the 111 of Nicholas Guerre. Starting in the seventh position, starting inside row number 4, that's the 444 of Rocco Cantana. Starting in the 8th position, the 125 of Peter DeBusman. Starting in the 9th position, the number 76 of Charlie Craig. Starting in 10th is the number 63 of David Wildrick. Starting in the 11th position is the number 90 of Nicole Robershad. Starting in the 12th position is the 40 of Corey Lipka. Starting in 13th, inside row number 7, that's going to be this 171 of Larry Wexler. Starting in the 14th position, the 731 of Bear Yanni. Starting 15th in the 581, that's going to be Mark Cook. Starting 16th in the 233 is going to be Dennis LaRue. And again, this will be a split start between our GT cars and the ones after that as we come back. Starting in the 11th row, starting in 21st, is the 024 of Andrew Cohn. Starting 22nd is the 154 of Eric Liu. Starting in the 23rd position is the 818 of Kenneth Pryor. Starting 24th is the number 98 of Ed Dunn. Starting 25th, the 194 of Kevin Sear. With Keith Fisher in the 02 starting 26th. Starting 27th is the 022 of Hadley Boss Fisher. Starting 28th is the 66 of Claudio Kemp. Starting 29th is the 777 of Franklin Prey. Starting in the 30th position is Russell Mortarana in that 726. Art Zhang will start 31st in that number 228 with Charles Liu starting in the 079 in the 32nd position. 33rd will be Carl Tallardi in that number 96 with Steve Schindler in the 912 starting 34th. 35th will be the 321 of Eric Yortsoy with Yuri Masinov in the 690 scheduled to start 36. 37 will be Matt DiStefano in the 93 starting 37th. In the 108, Amy Burgess scheduled to start 38. In the 158, Scott Gill scheduled to start 39th with Peter Habestad in the 28 scheduled to start 40th. 41st is going to be Wally Chetty in the 147 with Peter Chong starting 42nd in the 722. Charles Mayer in the number 1 will start 43rd with the number 4 Sam Mamano starting 44th. 45th will be the 32 of Tim O'Mara. In 46th position will be Tim Lambie in the 39. Daniel Krantz will start 47th in the number 88 with the 127 of Steve Garrison. He is going to start in 48th position. Tiv Heinlein in the 411 is scheduled to start 49th with Michael Venable in the 122 scheduled to start 50th. Ryan McGrath in the 51st position in that number 77 with John Dunsky starting the 447 scheduled to start 52nd. 53rd is going to be the 776 of Jose Rourke. Scheduled to start 54th is Terrence Judge in that 159. In the 186, Mike Beers is going to start 55th, while Peter Donahue in the 132 is going to start 56th. In the number 57 position is going to be the 43 of Don Holmes, with the 58 position is going to be 740 of Alan Levy. Brian Charters in the 941 is scheduled to start 59th with Dominic Belvedere in the 556 scheduled to start 60th. And last but not least in the 61st position is going to be the 648 of Paul Van Eden. So Josh, another fantastic field in this group, 61 cars deep.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting race as we see them coming up out of the boot now, moving their way into turn number 10. The first pack looks great, Brian, and we'll be awaiting the green flag shortly.
Yeah, again, we talked about this. Connor Hare having that problem. Looks like that problem may have been figured out. We'll see when he gets up to speed. Mark Calzaretta picking that up. Remy Feard, again, another good run earlier today. So we'll see kind of really what's going to happen here. But again, we're waiting on our first group to come down, waiting on the starter, looking over the field, getting ready to come down and take the green flag. And there's the green flag. Race number 2 here for our yellow group is underway. Connor Hare getting a good run. Retta and Remy Feard, that's your top 3. Again, that's in the GTD3 class, so that battle should go on pretty good here, providing Connor Hare's got that car figured out.
And here comes our second pack now coming into turn number 11 as it awaits the green flag.
Green flag in the air again, 154 there. That is actually going to be Eric Liu, and now you've got Grenot there. We've got a couple cars here that may be kind of going down a little bit slow to take the green flag there.
Yeah, it also sounds like things got a little interesting at turn number 3. Okay.
Wondering if that's Connor Hare that may have had another problem again, because that looked like his machine there, his GT4 RS Club Sport, having that problem right there, getting ready to come up with Eric Liu in that 154, along with the 024 Andrew Gannone. That's our second pack now coming. So again, keep an eye on Connor Hare and Mark Calzaretta when they come back through the start-finish line next time by. We'll see, but a lot of good side-by-side action going through there. I'm wondering if that, again, if that is Connor's car. It does look like him from earlier on, so that is Connor Hare. Again, those problems, still having that problem. And Connor did have a problem. I was reading back a little bit during our lunch break. Had a little bit of a problem. I believe that was this car. Had a problem at Sebring earlier in the year as well. Kind of was up there, dropped back, and then kind of went. And Connor, if my memory, and I'm getting pretty old, Connor's a pretty tall kid, pretty tall guy.
Yeah, and it is confirmed that it was indeed Connor. It sounds like that he suddenly had dead stick at the top of the S's, and then managed to Control-Alt-Delete it again.
He's pretty quick on the Control-Alt-Delete then, because that's twice today that he's had that. So that moves Mark Calzaretta in that number 17 machine, in that GT4 RS, came in to the lead in GTD3 with Remy Feard second, Chris Dooley in third overall. And then you've got to go back a little bit further, almost 2 seconds back. David Peterman, Charlie Craig, as now it looks like some of our second groups are just now starting to come by the start-finish line, headed down into turn number 1. Eric Liu picking up the early lead in that GTB1. You got one car on pit lane. That's the 125 machine. So we'll see whether or not that car continues or whether or not that car goes back behind the wall. That is Peter DeBusman. So again, another top runner in that class, that GTD1. So.
And it looks like we got, oh, don't tell me that. Yeah, it probably is.
That is Connor Hare again, sitting right there in between
the no
there.
loop. You must have been listening to me last time.
So obviously they've got some type of huge major technical, I'm going to use all kinds of words here, Josh. Huge major technical electrical issues where the car just cuts off.
Yeah, at this point I would wonder if he has a small hammer inside the car to just start hammering something to, give it the old boot test. But
usually at this point you just hit Control-Alt-Delete one more time and just turn the computer off. Don't even turn it back on. Walk away, go outside and do something. Unfortunately, he cannot get out of that car where he's sitting. So again, that is going to be something that is going to be, it looks like he is starting to roll again. So again, don't be surprised if that car doesn't come down pit lane.
As we see our overall leaders now coming up through the S's, and boy, it looks like Calzaretta has set sail. The difference that time by was 3 seconds over Remy Feard and Chris Dooley. Second and third looks like it could be a battle that could heat up soon, but right now, Marcel Zaretta has set sail and is enjoying all this open track now to get as big of a gap as he can.
If we can, either keep the camera right in here. I want to pick up this GTB1 battle, and this is where Eric Liu, Andrew Ganone, and Ed Dunn. Ed Dunn's dropped a little bit further back by about a second, but last time by, Eric Liu made the pass coming out of turn number 11 over Andrew Ganone. It looked like Andrew got through there and did it. I believe this is going to be the second group back here. Right now, they're going to come up on another car coming through this. I do believe that white car is the 154 of Eric Liu. The silver car there is Andrew Ganone. And Ed Dunn a little bit further back. And Josh, I just happened to look over at you in the other chair and saw that you were making a big, huge crunch because they tried to go 3 wide coming out of the bus stop, which, again, doesn't work very well. And so it's not a position you really want to be in, coming out of there, because if a car gets a little bit sideways and a little bit there, it's going to be a little bit of an issue.
Yep, and we see one car coming off, retiring. Looks like a blue and yellow machine. And it sounds like somebody else has pulled off. Well, there he is.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's Connor Hare again. So it looks like at one point there was a car that was over on the right that we saw was able to make his way over there. So we'll have to see. There, I believe, is the one car. Again, that's in a position where that's not a very good position to leave a car either, especially coming through there out of turn 9. And we've seen a lot of action through turn 9 and up into turn 10. That little short shoot right there. So again, they may end up leaving it there because it is far driver's right, but we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Well, Station 8, as Cody Hare has come up there, he did have his 4-ways on, so he pretty much seems to be certain that, yeah, this is trying to get to the pits. I have not heard anything, though, about whether they are going to let him just sit there with 22 minutes and 39 seconds left in the race. Right now, your top 3 overall is Cal Zaretta, Farid, and Chris Dooley. I wonder some good battles right now going on the timing sheets, Brian.
Yeah, I was going to say we're gonna try to pick this up because if we can, look, we got one car there, kind of cutting through, maybe a little bit sideways. They're going to cut through the bus stop there, come to that stop, and then go. I'm not sure if that was the 154 of Eric Liu because it looks like that car had some problems. That car went from the lead of GTB1 all the way back down. But I wanted to pick up if we could, and we'll see, because it was in that battle. Is now he pulls out, right in front of a car, not a position you wanted to make, and I believe that is the 154 of Eric Liu. Not a smart move right there, Josh. That could have been very dangerous with that silver car coming back through there. But I wanted to pick up the Kevin Sear in the 194, the green Cayman, along with Hadley Boss Fisher. Again, we talked about them earlier this morning in the 022, along with the 02 of Keith Fisher, along with Art Zhang. Again, those cars, and I believe those cars there were within 0.4 of a second from fourth place now, because Eric Liu's going to drop out. That's going to be from 4th through 8th through there. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of the same colored cars through there. We'll see if we can't pick them up. I think they just went by the start-finish line, so they're going to be heading down into turn 1. There they are right there. So there's Kevin Sear in the 194. Handley Boss Fisher in the green and white. That's leading. That's 4th overall. They've got about 5.5 seconds to get up to Kenneth Pryor in that 818 machine. But again, Josh, we saw earlier on, Pryor had that problem earlier this morning and got stuck in some lap traffic along with the 98 of Ed Dunn.
yeah, lap traffic, if you hit it in the right spot, you can go around it easily. But if you hit it in the wrong spot, like a tight spot, like in the S's or going down into the laces, it can be a real problem and hold you up.
Yeah, so right there, that is what we're looking at. And then we've got another car in there, and I believe that is going to be a car that is moving, that is not in a position of class, and that's going to be a light blue car. That's going to be the 66 machine. That's going to be Claudio Kemp. That's a GT4 machine. They're actually coming up and passing Claudio in there. But Art Zhang, and then now Art Zhang has got a little bit of pressure coming in there from, I believe that's the 726 of Russell Mortarama. Maybe in there where they've started to do it, or maybe that may have been a lap car in there. So again, very tough. And looks like we've got a spin right there in turn number 6 there, right at the laces. Looks like they're able to continue through this through here, but again, not a spot that's going to be really easy, and it's going to take a couple seconds here to get them back up to speed.
Yep, it looks like it's the car number 147. And that would be
147 is going to be Wally Chetty, who's been pretty decent in that car this year. So again, I hate to see that for Wally getting down into turn number 6 and getting that spin going through there. Kind of got to regroup yourself, kind of get it pulled back through, and kind of just do everything you can to get fighting right back up in there.
Yep, get back on the horse there. Still our overall is Calzaretta, Faid, and Dooley. Gap, the difference there is just over 6 seconds total. Keep watching that battle you were talking about earlier, going down into the inner loop there, and I believe that's Bossignor, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's actually the first car there is going to be Hadley Boss Fisher in the 022, then Kevin Sear behind him, along with Keith Fisher in the green 02, and then Art Zhang in the 228, that white a little bit further back. There goes Sear, there goes Keith Fisher in that. So Sear is going to drop in back behind Hadley Boss Fisher.
Yeah, and kudos to the number 66 GT4 driver. He does not appear that he is trying to hold up anybody. He got offline, let the faster cars through when they were right on him. So kudos to his driving skill there.
But again, using that, a little bit of that draft there to kind of hang in there and get through there. I know that, their Art Zhang kind of fallen back a little bit, and I think that's because of the 66 there, not wanting to try to get in too much of that to kind of move around. When I looked at the last time by here, Andrew Ganone had about a 4-second lead over Ed Dunn. They were getting ready to come by and pass one of the Isringhausen cars. And again, thanks for Isringhausen Motors to jump in and present this yellow group here in the second race of the day. Go see one of those guys over there. They've got a whole host of different cars and different manufacturers that they work with. So again, thank you to Isringhausen for coming on board for this group.
And as you're saying, and of course, right behind the 66 is one of my favorite cars. If Zach, if you could show us again, and that is it appears to be the number 96 machine, and that is actually an old Fab car that was run in the day by Hurley Haywood.
Oh.
So at least I think that's that car. Yes, that is definitely that old baby blue Fab car. Thank you, Zach. I have to give a shout out to that car every time. And then, of course, speaking of Hurley Haywood, what's the livery 2 cars behind it? Brumos.
Yep. Tell you what, we're right about 15 and a half minutes here. Why don't we go ahead and make our first call to the grid for our last group of the day here. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call, red group, First Call Red Group to the grid for your sprint race number 2. First Call Red Group to the grid for your sprint race number 2. Tell you what, Josh, I'm going to look through here. I do believe I saw a very good battle, and I think that's the battle we were talking about kind of coming through here now, as Art Zhang is kind of up on the back bumper there of Keith Fisher in that 0-2 the last time by. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll make sure we come through here. But we've got a couple other battles here, and one of them is I want to kind of move a little bit forward to that GTB1. The black number 98 of Ed Dunn, and then the black number 818 of Kenneth Pryor. And I think that's right there on the screen. Good timing right there. That's Pryor and Dunn. We saw them earlier this morning kind of going through as they get ready to head up to the inner loop, the bus stop there. Looks like Dunn's going to be able to hold off Pryor, but those two really got close again as they started to come up on some lap traffic right there to see whether or not they're going to get by. Right now, it does look like Dunn's going to hold off Pryor. But I tell you what, it is going to be one heck of a battle all the way through to the end here.
Yeah, and that's throughout the field, of course. If, you know, that's one of the good things about multi-class racing is there's always some group to watch.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about them earlier on. They were battling earlier on this morning for the overall win in that GTB1 class. Now here they are battling it out for second as Andrew Ganone has really opened that up by about 3 seconds, and it's because he got through some of the traffic in certain parts where he's able to expand that out a little bit. Tell you what, Josh, let's go ahead and do a quick little rundown of the groups that we have and get the top 3 of each groups, and then we'll pick them out where we have them on track as kind of a mid-race report here. So in GT3, 079 of Charles Liu leading that over Charles Mayer. That's a pretty big gap. That's about 22-second lead. Then you've got the 127 Steve Garrison in third. In GTD1, Nicole Robichaud is leading over Peter DeBusman. We saw Peter go back behind the wall there in that 125, only completed 1 lap. Carl Tallardi in that number 96, the one that you like so much, that blue, that's GTP2. He is the only driver in that. GTB1, we've been talking about this, Andrew Ganone is leading in that 024 over Ed Dunn in the 98, who was trying to hold off Kenneth Pryor in that 818. The 022, Hadley Boss Fisher is your top 4 there. We go down into H, onto the lead there by about 22nd over Terrence Judge in that 159. Peter Donahue in the 132 machine, 6 seconds back from Terrence Judge, trying to hold off Brian Charters in that 941. In our Spec Cayman class, Matt DiStefano in the number 93 machine, holding off Eric Yordsoy. That's 0.7 of a second. We're going to look to see if we can't pick that up. That'll be the black 93 along with the white and the blue 321. They've got about a 9-second lead over Yuri Masinov in the 690. So that's going to be a good battle for Spec Cayman. We'll pick that up here momentarily. In GT4, Claudio Kemp leading in that 66 has got about a full lap on the 776 of Jose Rourke in there. In GTD3, which is a pretty good battle here, this is really in the top spot. We got a couple good going on. Mark Calzaretta leading by about 3 seconds over Chris Dooley, who's got about 0.2 of a second lead over the 53 of the black and or the blue and orange of Remy Feard, and then another 17 seconds back to David Peterman. In J class, Franklin Prey holding on over Steve Schindler. That's about 5.5 seconds there. In GTD2, Rocco Quintana is holding off Nicolas Guerre in the 111 machine. That's another good battle there. That's 0.7 of a second, and then they've got about another lap over Corey Lipka in that number 40 machine. We look a little bit further back in our I-Class, Sam Amano got a 14-second lead over Tim Henlin, and then another 20 to 30 seconds to 43 of Don Holmes. So we will, we'll look through here, pick up some of those battles as we were just talking about when we look at our Spec Cayman. I want to keep an eye there. And we've got one of our cars there pulling off in turn 6 right there. And is that the Ed Dunn machine? It looks like possibly. We'll have to see. I can't see the number on there that looks like maybe that was?
I was overhearing on the corner worker net that there was a line of fluid coming out of the inner loop, and that car was going very slowly, so I wouldn't doubt if that was the case, that, well, we have the fluid.
Yeah, so putting some fluid down there, on there, we'll see. Again, I don't want to speculate on if that is Ed Dunn, but that does look like the front of that car with the wing, but...
It is 726 black.
Okay, so that is something, because there goes Ed Dunn right there. So with that being said, the 726 machine, that is actually going to be Russell Mortarama in there. So again, Russell going to fall back. That's another GTB1 car in that class. So again, that is a position where you really don't want to be coming out of there and exit, but maybe safe enough with about 2 minutes left to go in this race. I tell you what, gentlemen, why don't I go ahead and make another call to the grid for our next group with only about 2 minutes left to go. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call, red group. Second call, red group to the grid for your sprint race number 2. Second call, red group to the grid for your sprint race number 2. And just as we were talking about this, and I was talking about the Spec Cayman, and we'll see if we can, that has now changed hands, changed leaders. Eric Yortsoy has gotten past Matt DiStefano in that number 93 machine. So now move Eric Yortsoy up into the lead in Spec Cayman. So where Eric has been battling with some of that traffic, now getting in front around the number 93.
And it looks like the overall leaders will be getting the one to go this time by.
So we'll be waiting for Mark Calzaretta, Chris Dooley, back to Remy Fried. There goes Calzaretta. The next couple cars, there goes Remy Fried, and there goes Chris Dooley, and they were side by side coming past the start-finish line. There they are now going down in turn 1, and it looks like Remy Fried's going to be able to make that pass over Chris Dooley in that 751. Again, that's going to be for second in GTD 3 as they go through there. So again, give Remy Fried second overall and second in GTD 3 as they start to head up through the backside of this racetrack. Josh, it's going to be where some of this lap traffic is going to come into play, especially getting through the bus stop and back down into the boot.
Most definitely, but I'm not sure if that's a lapper immediately behind them as well. That, okay, lap car, they've managed to work through that, but of course, I guess that's Peterman coming up on their back door as they are racing each other, while Calzaretta has, like I said earlier, has set sail, but the battle is right there for second. Now it's third and fourth, look like the hot battle at this time.
Well, Chris Dooley is 3 seconds back Calzaretta, but David Peterman 17 seconds back of Remy Fried. So I don't believe that was Peterman in there. I think that is the battle between 751 of Chris Dooley and the 53 of Remy Fried. That is for, again, second place in GTD 3 as they come up out of the boot and head down towards turn 8. You can see Remy Fried opening up a little bit now over Chris Dooley in that 751. So again, everybody working their last lap here. Next time we see Mark Calzaretta, he will be picking up the checkered flag as he gets through this race, just now coming out of turn number 11 right here, coming out, and then we'll be coming down by the start-finish line. So give Mark Calzaretta the sweep this weekend here in GTD 3 with both races picking it up earlier because Connor Hare having that problem. Again, picking up another win for Mark Calzaretta.
Once again, good racing all the way around, and I apologize for my misidentification there.
Nah, absolutely fine. It's okay when you get a bunch of those cars and all the paints are the same or all the schemes the same, as we've got some more good close battle racing going on right now. Again, I believe that was a little bit further back with Art Zhang and Keith Fisher. So move Art Zhang up ahead of Keith Fisher there. That ended up being 1.6 battle, but I think that became where we ended up getting into some lap traffic through that. So what we'll do is we'll let some of these cars finish through here, and then we'll give you the full field rundown for each class, because I think we did have some pretty good late passes coming through there. We talked about Eric Yortsoy possibly passing Matt DiStefano in that number 93 car for our Spec Cayman class. So we'll wait for some of this last couple of cars to finish, because I do believe some of these are that Spec Caymans and the rest of our GTB1 cars coming by the start-finish line now. There goes the Kenneth Pryor and the Eric and the Ed Dunn machine. That is going to be for second and third in GTB1. So I'll tell you what, Josh, we've got pretty much most of the field kind of done already. Let's go ahead and I'll give you the full field rundowns for all of our groups. So in starting in GT3, the 079 of Charles Liu, he's going to pick up the win here in race number 2 for our yellow group. In the number 1, Charles Mayer, he's going to finish second in GTD3. The 127, Steve Garrison, is going to finish third. In GTD1, Nicole Robershon is going to pick up the win there over Peter DeBusman, who only really completed 1 lap. Carl Tallardi in the GTP2 class, he's going to pick up the win in that number 96. Andrew Ganone in that 024 is going to pick up the win in GTB1, with Kenneth Pryor holding off Ed Dunn in that number 98 machine to pick up the last podium spot in GTB1. In H class, Ryan McGrath is going to pick up the win in the number 77 over Terrence Judge by about 36 seconds in that 159. And then another 14 seconds back to the 132 of Peter Donahue, with Brian Charles in the 941 finishing fourth. In Spec Cayman, as we talked about, 321, Eric Yortsoy going to make that win go in that 90, passing the 93 of Matt DiStefano for win in Spec Cayman. Yuri Masinov is going to win finish third in 690 in the number 690. In GT4, Claudio Kemp in the number 66 is going to pick up the win there, with Josef Rogue in the 776 is going to pick up second place. In GTD3, again, we talked about it, Mark Calzaretta picking up the sweep this weekend here for these two sprint races, with Rummy Freed in second, with Chris Dooley finishing in third. In J class, Franklin Prey in that 777 is going to pick up another win over Steve Schindler in that 912. In GTD2, Nicholas Guerriere is going to pick up the win over Rocco Cantana in that 444 machine, with Corey Lipka in the 40 machine picking up last place podium spot in GTD2. In the I class, Sam Mamano again picking up the dual wins today in that number 4 machine, with Tiv Heinlein in the 411 finishing second, with Don Holmes in the 43 finishing third in I class this afternoon. Again, another full field 60 cars that we just did. So I tell you what, Josh, let's go ahead. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to get to our last group of the day, our red group. But before we do, let me make that last call for them to get up on the grid. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Last call, red group. Last call, red group, to the grid for your sprint race number 2. Red group, last call, sprint race number 2 to the grid, please. All right, Josh, tell you what, why don't we go ahead and take a break here. We'll thank some partners and some sponsors, and you're watching the 2025 Porsche Clash at the Glen. Be right back.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Welcome back to the 2025 Porsche Clash at the Glen here from Watkins Glen International. And Josh, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here. We're getting down to our last racing group of the day. This is our red group. These are our larger cars who are going to be kind of going into that minute 50 range here. So they're going to be getting ready to put down some pretty serious laps. Tell you what, let's go ahead and we'll start with the starting lineup here. And starting on the pole in the number 91, that's going to be Rene Robichaud, and that's at 1:52.26 time frame I was talking about. Starting second outside of road number 1, that's the 014 of Corey Friedman. Starting in the third position, that's the 128 of Bob Mueller. John Getzel's roll off fourth in the 57 machine. Starting in the fifth position, the 181 of Richard Edge. Starting in sixth position, the 960 of Kevin Roush. Starting in the seventh position is the 120 of Belastenko Jr. Starting in the eighth position, the 237 of David Williams. Starting in the ninth position, the 412 of Russell Farhang. Starting in the 10th position, and this driver came off early this morning, Josh, that is the 251 of Colin Mazzola. Starting in the 11th position, in that number 3, that's Philip Leja. Starting in the 12th position, the 34 of Sean McKay. Starting in the 13th position in that 236 machine, that's Michael Levitas. Starting in the 14th position, that's Gaber Foti in the 369. Starting in the 15th position, the 64 of Dwayne Moses. Starting in the 16th position, the 924 of Jeff Smith. Starting in the 17th position, Anthony Lopez in the 058, along with Joseph Viola in the 262, scheduled to start 18th. Starting in 19th is Masufar Garfield in the 288, and in the 27 machine, Robert Wisen, he's going to start 20th. In the number 21 position, that's the 008 of Cliff Kyer, and the Rafael Lapazide is going to start in the 22nd position in the 020. Starting in the 23rd position, Scott Diger in the number 234, with Jason Isringhausen Jr. in the number 81, scheduled to start 24th. Starting 25th is the 25 of Edward Baus. Richard White will start 26th in the number 97, while David Duquette, he'll start in the 27th position in the number 6. John Boyette Jr. in the number 11, he'll start 28th, with Jeff Isringhausen in the 89, will schedule to start 29th. Starting 30th in the number 13 will be Lou Urio. In the 31st position is the 103 of TJ Larson. Stephen DiPaolo in that 641 machine, he's going to roll off 32nd, while Keith Clark in the number 74, he's going to start 33rd. In the 34th position, that's the number 44 of Gene Audette, with Wayne Ducat in the number 80 machine starting 35th. Starting 36 will be the 858 of William Oliver, while starting 37th inside row number 19, that's the 62 of Jonathan Draper. Starting 38th is Woody Witcher in the number 212, while scheduled to start 39th is the 999 of Rick Stafford. Starting in the 40th position, the 400 of David Dunnigan. Starting 41st in the 116th, that's Jim Desario. While starting 42nd is John Coster in the 573. Starting 43rd in the 166 will be Gary Stanberry. Joe Doria will start 44th in the 636. John Bauer will start 45th in the 143, while Leslie Sherm will start 46th in the 172. Noam Elau in that 555 machine will start 47th, while Glenn Spiegler will start 58th in the 48. And Marco Chiron, who that I believe is going to be a driver change in that 184, and I believe that he is going to start 49th position. So I think there was a driver change there in that 184. We'll have to figure out who was in that driver, who was in that car earlier this morning, Josh, as that would be the reason why that would start in the back, because Sharon was out on the front row earlier this morning.
Yep, and it looks like a field is coming down through turn number 10 right now, packed up, ready to go. And this is going to be one heck of a race, so keep your eye on Corey Friedman and Rene Robichaud there as they come through turn number 11, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're coming down. We're going to wait on our starter and whether or not they've got the green flag, and green flag is in the air again. that is going to be Corey Freeman, Rene Robichaud. They're going to go side by side down by the start-finish line. Pretty good start by both of those drivers, but it is going to be Robichaud. He's going to get the early lead over Corey Freeman as they head out of turn number 1, head up into turn 2. Bob Mueller, John Getz, and Brooke Belastenko in that 120 machine. That's going to roll out to be your top 5 as they head down out of turn number 2, head up through the S's again. That is Corey Freeman holding off the 91 of Rene Robichaud, but I think Rene got a really good start, but I think Freeman was able to overtake him coming out of turn number 1 there, Josh.
Yeah, it looks like Robichaud is in second. Freeman in first, and third would be Bob Mueller. But that battle is definitely on for first and second. Not much of a gap there. We'll see how they take the outer loop, carousel, or even down into the laces. Yep, still the same there. But, you know, it's still early running, and these guys are going to be going very quickly here. As they come through here, you can see a couple cars going a little wide there, but that's normal on the first lap in this place.
Tell you what, a lot of side-by-side action, a lot of give and take right now early on in this race, and I do believe you're going to see that throughout. These are drivers that have raced against each other quite frequently amongst other tracks, and again, you want to try to give that. We're going to look like we're going to try to go a little too wide down in there. That looks like that is going to be one of the red machines there, and I think that's a little bit further back. That may have been Cliff Kyer in that 008 machine, trying to stick his nose there underneath Robert Wisen. I believe Wisen may have gotten in front of Kyer in that machine. So again, Kyer trying to take that back as now we come out of turn number 11 to head down to complete the first lap here. And again, Corey Freeman leading Rene Robichaud, Bob Mueller, John Getz, move Richard Edge up into the 5th place, Belastenko back to 6th. So again, not a battle for class right there, but a battle for position on the racetrack, Josh.
Yeah, and we'll see them as they're coming up through turn 2 and the S's. See how they're doing there. Whether Freeman can get even more of a gap on Robichaud, but well, looks like he managed to do that. But we've got one lapped car, soon to be lapped car right ahead of them. It looks like they're gonna hit it right at the wrong time. It's coming into the laces. Okay, maybe not, maybe in the toe. And there's Robichaud really closing up there. You know, Brian, I think that there might be a position change coming if they hit that poor lapped car at the wrong moment there.
Well, I believe that may be the last car that got off pit road, if that is, and I believe that may have been, I'm not sure if that was Glenn Spiegler or not, because we did have one driver that came down on pit road right as the green flag was taken. There it is right there coming through. So again, having a problem, come down, the crew took a look at that and then sent that car right back out. So we'll see whether or not that is them. If not, that could be from the driver change of Marco Cerrone. I don't believe that it is, and I just missed the number that went by there. And I believe that is Marco Cerrone's car in the 184. I don't know if that's Marco in there. It was listed to us as a driver change. I'm not sure who that driver is.
Yeah, but so far so good for that car. It is, looks like to me, Brian, that it is, whoa, big move there going into turn number 1. Red and black machine pulled a nice out-braking turn there. See, kind of, yeah, there it is, right there as we're following that in shot. Let's see how that goes down on the back straightaway here. Yeah, it looked like he dusted off 2 cars in one turn there as they're going into the inner loop. And Brian, can you pick up the number on that one?
Yeah, I'm looking at timing and scoring, and I'm not sure if that is going to be, I'm not seeing a red car listed kind of on our timing and scoring to be up in that position, but I have a feeling, looking at it, that is a couple cars ahead of Joseph Viola. I'm not sure if that is Sean McCaig in that 34 machine, or if that is Michael Levitas although Levinas is in kind of a silver car. So we'll have to look at that the next time they come by. But Joseph Viola sitting back here in that 262 machine, along with Jeff Smith in that 924. Pretty good battle right there.
Yeah, and now coming back up onto the short chute there, we see once again our overall leaders, Friedman and Robichon. Looks like Friedman is pulled out maybe half a car length, but they definitely are setting sail on Bob Mueller there. Now, Brian, if you were Corey Friedman right now, would you try and draft this car that's coming up ahead, the lower traffic, or would you just try and get around him as quickly as possible?
Well, again, I'm not sure which driver is in that car for that. So at this point, what I would do is work my strategy around. Again, that first car that's there, that was your pole sitter for the very first race today in Marco Cerrone, but I don't believe that's Marco in the car. It is listed as a driver change. Again, not a car, and they've both gotten around that car as that car realizes that it is it is not going to be in contention for the win here in any of those classes in that GTA 4 as they go a lap down. I will tell you that the car that you were describing that made that 2-for-1 pass last time by in that red machine, that actually is Michael Levinas in that 236 machine. So again, Michael Levinas making that 2-for-1 pass, able to pull back around, and I believe he got around Sean McKay, Philip Leja in that number 3, along with Colin Mazzola in that 251. So again, another good move by a driver early on. So Michael Levinas got that car hooked up right now.
And I also want to give a call out to the driver of the now lapped machine for very good sportsmanship on the back straightaway, realizing the leaders are coming, and basically went offline and let them have it. That's what we like to see here in PCA racing.
Yeah. And we'll try to figure out who that driver is that is, if it isn't Marco, right? And it'd be kind of hard to see, although that car now is coming back down pit road to the attention of their crew, and I believe it could be potentially a transmission. I saw one of the crew members making the making the motion of it potentially may have a shifting problem. So it looks like their day is actually going to be over. They're going to raise it up and take a look at it. So.
Yep, that's done. But now out front, once again, we see Friedman, and still there's Robichon doing everything he can to get up close, keep the power on, as we see it coming through the carousel, down now, going to the laces. And now coming up into the toe. Oh, they're getting close. Robichon looks like he's going to try and make a move on driver's right, and they're side by side. Unfortunately, the next camera is going to be at the heel, so we will see who's ahead there, Friedman or Robichon. At this point, it's just a flip of a coin to see who it is. And it looks like, no, Friedman is either back ahead or still ahead of Robichon. But Robichon does not look like he is going to let this one go. He got a great run there coming up out of the boot. Let's see if he can carry a little bit more momentum there going in front of the Jackie Stewart grandstands. They're going through turn 11 now, and now down onto the front straightaway. And it looks like Friedman has got at least half a car distance between him and Rene Robichon, so not quite, well, I say that, it looks a lot closer going through turn number 1. So the battle is still on, and let's see how they go up through the S's here. Yeah, this is great stuff, and you see the car getting a little late there for Robichon going up through the S's. That's an occupational hazard here, but great racing between these two. Very experienced drivers, and they are certainly putting on one heck of a show here. Not exactly in his wheel check. Oh, looks like he at the loop. He's going to try Robichon's going to try it again, Brian.
Yeah, those two drivers really definitely going to go battling on, through this race. I think both of those drivers evenly matched, both of those cars evenly matched. Again, one Corey Freeman in that GTA 3 class, Rene Robichon in that GTA 4 class. Got to go back 9 seconds back to Bob Mueller. That's the next GTA 4 or GTA 3 class car. I was watching as they came by the start-finish line last time by, and we had kind of our 10th place overall. This is a battle really for GTA 4 as well in there, and I believe that is actually going to be a battle for 4th place on back through 4th, 5th, and a little bit further back. And that's Michael Levitas in that red number 236 that you were talking about, and Sean McCaig in that 34. They were kind of mixed in there with some of the other drivers as well, not in their class last time by, and that had Philip Leger in the number 3 machine, along with Colin Mazzola in that white number 251 GTC 8 machine. Those guys came off of turn 11 last time by, and they were really trying to battle in order to get position to get down into turn number 1 through that. And it just seemed like neither one of them really wanted to give up that position, as I believe they're just now coming out of turn number 10 now and starting to head down. Here comes Levitas back by the start-finish line now. So Sean McCaig, actually it is going to be the number 3 machine, Philip Leger. He's going to jump ahead of Sean McCaig in the number 34 machine. So again, starting to move up is that number 3. But a little bit further back, as I'm talking about with Mazzola, Viola, Dwayne Mosley, not really a lot of give and take there at one point when they came across the start-finish line. They were able to get through there pretty evenly across the start-finish line, but then had to get really single file out as they came down into turn 1.
Yeah, and that's the way to get around right now. It also sounds like 89 Silver and another car both bumped each other. Oh, as we see somebody taking a little bit of an off-road excursion there at the exit of the loop.
And we are in, Josh, we're in the hottest part of the day, and right there in front, as it just went out of our camera, I believe that has the 262 there. I believe that is actually going to be a little bit further back. That is Joseph Viola. So again, battling there, continuing on as well as we look at timing and scoring. That, I believe, is going to be Colin Mazzola in the white 251 with the white of Anthony Lopez in the 058, kind of mixed in between there, along with Dwayne Moses, right? So those are the 2 cars there. So I believe that is Mazzola right in front of him, and actually that is Sean McCaig in the 34 who's right there in front of him.
Yeah, and that, as we're seeing on this camera angle here, that is definitely one spicy battle. The first 2 start battling each other right there.
So sorry, Josh, that is the battle for the last podium spot in GTC 8 right now between the blue and the yellow of Joseph Viola and the 251 of Colin Mazzola. Now remember, Colin Mazzola had that problem earlier on, as we have the number 89 on pit road, as you were just talking about. So again, that car, as you said, had a little bit of contact. That's Jeff Isringhausen. So we'll see whether or not he's able to continue and go back out. Our stewards are now looking at it, looking at that car to see if it is okay for them to go back out. But I do believe they will. But that is going to be the last podium spot in GTC 8, as I was talking about with Viola and Colin Mazzola. Colin having that problem earlier on in the first race of the day.
Yeah, and so far so good for him. As he was going through the shot there, see him again, just right all over the back. Mazzola's all over the back of, I believe it's Volia. Oh, and looks like he got a little grass excursion there coming out of the laces, but seems clean right up through the toe there. And we will see in this camera angle if he is able to get any more momentum or whether he has dropped back. I think he just lost about half a car length between him and Volia as they're now coming up out of that. Yeah, there they are. Thank you, Zach. And yeah, it looks like that battle is stabilized for now, Brian.
Yeah, it looks like they've kind of leveled out a little bit through there as they come up out of turn number 11 and head up towards the front stretch here. Again, got about 3.5 minutes left to go kind of in this race on there. So yeah, most definitely trying to get everything they can out of the last couple of laps we have.
Yeah, and still overall is Friedman and Robichaud. It looks like gap there is 0.299 of a second. I'm not sure if that battle is stabilized or not. Zach, you might be able to tell me this. And it looks like we'll be getting one to go next time by.
Yeah, I think that is the call over the radio. So again, let's do a quick little recap before we wait for Corey Freeman to pick up that one to go. So we look at GTA 1, Gary Stanberry in that 166. John Getz is leading GCC 8 over Russell Farhang by about 20 seconds. Colin Mazzola and Joseph Viola. That's the battle for the last podium spot in GTC 8. In GTC 3, Joe Doria is leading John Bauer by about 0.8 of a second. So another good battle in GTC 3, and I believe they may be in some of this battle as we go on. Kevin Roush leading GTA 2 in that number 960 with Gene Audette in the 44. That's about a 30-second gap. Leslie Shrem in the 172 leading GT1. GTC 7 with Belastenko Jr. in that 120. He's got a pretty big lead over Philip Legia in that number 3, and then another 6 seconds back to Dwayne Moses in that 64. In GTA 4, Rene Robichaud not only battling for the overall lead, but definitely leading in GTA 4. He's got a pretty big lead over Richard Edge in that 181, and David Williams. Actually moved David Williams now up in front of as Richard Edge is on pit road with just really one more lap to go. So throw David Williams in there. That's going to move Michael Levinas back up into that last podium spot in GTA 4 there, Jack. In GTC 6, Anthony Olalapi in that 058 leading Jeff Smith by about 2 seconds. David Duquette in the number 6. He's going to be your last podium spot in GTC 6 with Edward Baus in the 25 and 4. The GTA 3 and your leader right now overall, the 014, Corey Friedman, with Bob Mueller about 10.5 seconds back, and then another lap to go to John Boyette Jr. In GTC 4, Noam Ilawu in the 555. Again, his first race weekend out here at Watkins Glen. So, again, we'll be waiting for Corey Friedman to come out. We'll find out where Corey is. He'll be picking up that checkered flag. There goes Michael Levinas right there coming out. That's the 236 machine. So I believe here comes Corey Friedman now out of turn number 11, heading up to the start-finish line. So we should be seeing the checkered flag being waved by our starter right there. There is the checkered flag. Give Corey Friedman the win and the win in GTA 3. Rene Robichaud is going to end up winning in GTA 4. Waiting for Bob Mueller to come across the start-finish line now. He is going to be second. There goes Bob by the start-finish line now in that 128. He's going to be second in GTA 3 with John Getz picking up the win in GTC 8. Belastenko going to pick up the win in GTC 7. David Williams is going to move around Richard Edge for that GTA 4. That's going to move him second in that 237 machine behind Rene Robichaud. And we'll go through the entire list here momentarily as we wait for the rest of our cars to come across the start-finish line. We'll see if we've got any changes in position. I don't believe we're going to, because all the gaps that we had for position in Clash, Josh, they seem to materialize as the race went on, you know, where we went from tenths of a second to hundreds of seconds back up to, you know, almost a full second in each of those groups through there. So we'll give it a couple more minutes here as the rest of our cars get ready to come through and take the checkered flag for their last race of the day here in this red group. And again, fairly good large group here that we're seeing with these cars. So tell you what, as our last couple of cars come by the start-finish line and finish up this race here, let's go ahead and we'll start to break it down by class. And if we have any changes, then I'll read them off to you as they change. A lot of drivers setting some pretty fast laps here towards the end, but pretty much, again, they materialize. If we go back and we look at GTA 1, Gary Stanberry, again, the only driver in that 166 machine, he's going to pick up the win there. John Getz, as I mentioned, in GTC 8 is going to finish your winner there in the 57. Russell Farhang in the 412, going to pick up second place in GTC 8. Colin Mazzola in the 251, he's going to pick up third place. He's going to hold off Joseph Viola in that 262 machine, with Viola finishing in fourth. In GTC 3, Joe Doria, where we had some in-car camera from him earlier this morning, we're going to look to see maybe we get some of that tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning as well in our Enduro that we're going to talk about here in a moment. In that 636, he's going to pick up GTC 3. John Bowery going to finish second in that 143 machine. GTA 2, Kevin Roush in that 960 going to pick up the win over Gene Audette in that 44. Leslie Sherm is going to pick up your win in GT1. In GTC 7, we mentioned this, Belastenko Jr., again, with the sweep this weekend so far in that 120 machine over Philip Leja in that number 3, with Dwayne Moses picking up the last podium spot. Jeffrey Isenhausen Jr., who had a little bit of potential lap traffic problem, ended up not getting around Dwayne Moses, falling 4 seconds back. He's going to finish fourth in GTC 7. In GTA 4, Rene Robichaux, second overall. He's going to pick up the win in that number 91 machine in class. David Williams is going to move around, as we talked about, that 181 of Richard Edge, who pitted with 1 lap to go there, Josh. He's going to be in second in GTA 4, with Michael Levinas picking up the last podium spot in that 236 machine. Sean McKay coming in fourth. In GTC 6, Anthony Lalapise in that 058 is going to pick up the win over Jeff Smith for second place, and then David Ducat in the 6 is going to finish in third, the last podium spot. Edward Baus finishing fourth in the number 25. In GTA 3, that's your overall winner, 014. That's Corey Friedman. Picks up the win over the 128 of Bob Mueller, with John Boyette Jr. finishing in third. And Noah Ilawu in the GTC 4 in that 555 machine is going to pick up the win there. So that's going to actually wrap up our coverage for today. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 9:45 a.m. We're going to go with 2 75-minute enduro races. We're going to have our orange group and then our purple group. So as those guys come out, again, we'll start at 9:45. It's going to wrap up our coverage here this afternoon. Excuse me. So again, you're watching the 2025 Porsche Clash at the Glen. Again, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:45. Again, want to thank our Kelly Moss for presenting this last race group of the day. We'll see you tomorrow.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in-store, storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your Porsche today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Third in Spec Boxer is going to Hunt McMahon. Is that right? You're third? Yeah, third. Hunt McMahon. All right. Robbie Wilson, first in Spec Boxer. Woo! All right. The 911 Cup. Is it just the two of you? All right. Eugene Basha in second place, and Don Enger in first place. 911 Cup. So they're on the podium for the picture. Yeah. Hey, that's great. Good job. I totally forgot we had those. All right. All right, so for SP2 class, in first place, Luke Peltier. In second place, Joe Dillon. And in third place, David Mann.
The 46th position will be Tim Lambie in the 30. Scheduled to start the 60th. And last but not least, in the 61st position is going to be the 648 of Paul Van Dyke. So another fantastic field in this.
Oh man,
61.
we do have 3 more races, so we might say.
And now for SP3 class.
Number 10.
First place, well, we're going to start with third place. Let's start with third place. Third place is John Payton in third place in SP3. Second place is Ken Agana.
Yes, I paid him.
First place is Greg Rojic. So congratulations, guys. Go get your medals and your champagne.
Hey, nice job, man. Congrats. That's good. Rico's laughing, so he'll be okay when he gets the bill for the cleaning.